Town Board, you are live on the air and you are being recorded.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the July 13th work session of the East Hampton Town Board. Carol, would you please read the roll call?
Councilwoman Burke Gonzalez. Present. Councilman Lee.
Present.
Councilwoman Overby. Here. Councilman Gardner.
Here.
Supervisor Van Square.
Present. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Today's meeting will start with a public portion where any member of the public may address the board on any topic. We ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And then we have a number of topics to discuss. We have Jeannie Caruso, our Director of Purchasing, here to go over some bids. That will be followed by a discussion of LED street lighting upgrades and shared service agreement with Sag Harbor Village. New York Power Authority, Warren Steinberg from our Natural Resources Department will be presenting. We'll have a further discussion of code revisions to the pool house and accessory building legislation. Nancy Lynn Field, senior attorneys here to discuss that with us. We have two management plans to review. Gold Art Preserve Management Plan in Amagansett, David Leese and Rick Whalen. Whalen will present that. Amagansett Plains, which is the former 555 property, that will be discussed as well. And then we'll have an emergency communications update presented by Eddie Schnell, our communications expert, followed by liaison reports and resolutions. At this point, we have 3 people in person who've signed up to speak, and I'll go right to Don Sussis. My cell phone. We have Don on.
Speak from here, or do I have to get up to the?
You need to go to the podium. I'm sorry. Just take your time.
Well, good morning.
Good morning, Don.
I appreciate your service and appreciate your having me here. I'm here to speak about the communications infrastructure in the Springs. And I've been a resident of the Springs for almost 30 years now. And I've watched the situation deteriorate. I'll tell you, about a dozen years ago, I was hit by a truck, and that's why I'm disabled. And I have a concern that the Good Samaritan who called the ambulance, that his call might not be able to get through today, and I might have lost my leg. I experience trouble with the phone every single day. One of the noteworthy things is calling the pharmacy. And I don't know if you use our beloved pharmacy on Pantigo, PBS number 38, but they have a long message about COVID and other things, and it takes a while, and of course it's in Spanish also, it takes a while to get through. And unfortunately, I'm on quite a few medications. When I call to renew, very often, after I get through all the protocols and all the announcements and all the specials and all the urgings, the phone will cut off. And then I have to go through the process again. And very often when I get someone to speak to them, and I'm beginning to identify myself, give them my name and date of birth, and the medication I want, the phone will cut off. And it invariably takes me 3 or 4 calls to get through. It seems unnecessary in our wonderful town. I had an experience just this last weekend that was very trying. A cousin of mine called me to tell me that my cousin, his sister, had passed away. And it was a dispiriting call because we grew up together and I liked her very much. But the phone kept cutting out and I couldn't really hear the message. I certainly couldn't hear any of the details, and it left me very unsettled. The following day on Saturday, and my point here is that it's consistent, that it's not just irregular disruption of communication. That's what I want to bring home. I told my aunt in Princeton, New Jersey, she's 94. She's the sole matriarch on both sides of the family that's surviving. And I started to tell her that her niece, my cousin Helene, had passed away. And I got through the initial preliminaries, the massaging of her and trying to get to the point. And just as I did, the phone cut out. And here's a woman who's very frail. She's 94. She happened to be alone then. Her help wasn't there. And I could tell she got distraught. She got frantic. I don't know if it was about her own immortality, about losing Helene, all of the above. But it's unnecessary in our great town to have this kind of situation. And frankly, I could go on. I could tell you about many doctor's appointments when they call me, the phone cuts out, or I can't hear them, it's scrambled, and I have to call them back. They call me back. Sometimes it takes 4 or 5 appointments. I just had that experience last week also with a back surgeon that I'm trying to hook up with. So my message to you is that I'd like to support Lauren's suggestion that you activate the cell tower at the fire department. I remember some of the discussion about it. Frankly, I'm not up to date on the particulars, but it was built 5 or 6 years ago. It's there. It's an interim solution. And with the growth of people in the Springs and the service, I think that's a good solution and one that you should seriously consider. And then if you want to go to Cityscape or whoever else and have a longer term plan, I salute that. That's great. But I think that, carpe diem, time is now. You really need to put away the delays, whatever the politics, who's ever against this, whatever it is. I think the citizens of the Springs really need this. And I think it's a matter of health and life and death. And I think as responsible members of the community, people devote their time. You should put this to the front of your agenda because it's really unnecessary. It's not an extra. So thank you for your time. I appreciate you listening to
Thank
me.
you, Don. You actually picked a very good day to come and speak to us because we will be having an emergency communications update. We'll have some discussion about cell coverage in the Springs as well. We know that that area is severely limited in terms of reliable cell service, and the town board is working to address that. And issues with the fire department, I think there's a misconception that you can simply just turn on that tower. That's not the case. In fact, that tower has been ordered to be removed by the courts, and there's an application for another tower on that site to be located in the future. But we do believe it's risen to the level where we need to take more proactive and emergency response to address that. So we'll be talking about that a little bit later in the meeting today.
I'm glad to hear that. I don't have anything invested in the particular tower that's there. My concern is that it not be delayed longer because we need something. So the word emergency is very apropos, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Gordon Baum.
Hi, this is going to be a kind of ditto, a 1-minute ditto. I feel I speak for the community in Springs that's desperate for action on cell towers. Of course, we've been desperate for quite a long time. I remember getting in my car to drive where I might get 1 bar of service. And now with so many additional homeowners and renters out here and an aging community, poor telephone service is not just a nightmare, but a recurring and dangerous nightmare. My favorite emails are from PSE&G telling me to call or text if my power goes out. I will if I can. I recall a Verizon technician once visiting me not too long ago who looked around my property on Bond Pink and guffawed. Lady, you live in a bowl. Take down your trees, but even that won't do it. So I ask you, our board, our elected officials, our politically savvy neighbors, people who agree with us, What's holding up the works? The works being, as Lauren Bolger enunciated in a recent letter to the press, an immediate, doable, practical, temporary fix at the firehouse, and then action on Cityscape's recommendations for a permanent fix. What or who are the deterrents that continue to prevent action? Temporary fixes that have been instituted elsewhere on the East End. Why, though we agree on the gravity of the situation, is there continual postponement, kicking the ball down the road for more studies, a NIMBY attitude that rules over the common good? So my statement today is really a question. Why has there been no action? I'm delighted to hear that something is going to be moving today. And I hope we all will be very pleased with the result soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joan. And there has been quite a bit of action from the day I took office as supervisor. I met with, shortly after, met with the commissioner of the Springs Fire Department to see if there was a path forward to pursue cell coverage on that site, as well as emergency communications, because Springs has never been the location of a emergency communications tower for first responders. The town board committed to adding Springs, and the existing Tower Fire Department was in litigation for over 4.5 years. We have no control over that. The courts ruled that that tower was inappropriately placed and without the proper procedures. And the fire department subsequently decided to go forward with an emergency communications only tower on that site, which was before the planning board received a positive declaration. I thought it was really important to have an alternative track to try and find a location if in fact that location became something that we couldn't accomplish. And so we reached out to the Girl Scout camp, which is a large undeveloped property in Springs, proximate to the area with the worst coverage. We were in negotiations with American Tower, which owns that tower, the existing tower, to do what's called a drop and swap, so that we could place a taller tower on that location. And what we found through negotiations with American Tower and ultimately the landlord was that the landlord did not want a tower that was as tall as we needed it because of the fault zone issues, and they wanted to be able to use portions of that property for future camp use and perhaps even structures at some point. So that those negotiations, came to an end. And so we've subsequently looked throughout the Springs area. We believe we have a location on town-owned property that we can immediately use to solve the communications issue. Similar to what we did in Stephen Hannon's Path at the State Highway barn on town property, Verizon put in an application for what's known as a COW, which is a cell on wheels. It's a temporary tower that could go up in very short order. So we've pursued that at this location. We'll have some discussion about that later in today's meeting, as well as the emergency communications issues. We'd like to be able to place ultimately a permanent tower on that property, and then have the town be in control of leasing that location to all of the prominent carriers. One of the problems we have with cell coverage in the town is that it's been haphazard, private sector by carrier. Carriers compete with each other. They don't want to share locations. We don't want a proliferation of towers all over town. We want to try to keep the number of towers to a bare minimum and think that this is the best approach in order to meet the needs of the community. So that's the direction we're heading. We've been working on this for quite some time. We'll have more and more discussions about it. We'll have one today, and I expect that we will move forward in short order with a bare minimum of an emergency cow tower in the spring.
I'd just like to add a comment that I'm still interested in using this tower in the fire district for temporary cell phone hookups, and I'd like to see if that really. I'm not involved in that legal case, but I would like to see that explored because it's there and it's not that hard to hook up cell phone extensions. And I just, I think it's worth considering. And I'm as aware as the speakers about the deficiencies of cell phones. I think we all are. We have an employee of the town sitting here today whose daughter had sunstroke and she couldn't use her cell phone to get help. And we've all experienced dropped phone calls. And I know the board is considering another location. And I wanted to say, notwithstanding Ms. Baum's comment about, let's stop the NIMBYism and get something going, that this location is in a neighborhood. I think we need two things. I think we need an immediate solution on a temporary basis. And then I think we need to take some time, because it will take some time to make to decide where a permanent site is. And I don't think it's a good idea to announce a site in a residential neighborhood, even on a property that the town owns, without actually informing the neighbors, getting some comment, examining alternatives. And I think that when you do that with a process that we can readily employ, we'll come to a better solution, but it will take a little time. And in the interim, I do think the idea of a temporary solution at the fire district I'd like to see it considered, frankly. I think the situation has gotten pretty much out of hand.
Ms. Baum, if I just add one, I was actually on Baum Pink this morning, visiting a friend very early this morning. And I go there very regularly. And we know, because I live in Springs also, there's certain areas that you just don't make a phone call in. You wait till you get to, the pizzeria and stop. So I made my phone call. My phone call is to the chief of the fire department. We talk, we're very good friends. But when you get onto Old Stone Highway, you lose them. Finally, I call him back. I'm down here by the fire department in Amagansett, and that's just how daily life and disruptions. Mr. Sussex is correct. I look forward to hearing what the supervisor says. It is an emergency. As a resident of Springs with multiple kids, we know we need that. As friends in the fire department, I've talked to them this morning and happened to me this morning. So I look forward to seeing how the town can move forward expeditiously.
Next speaker is John Whelan.
Good morning, board members, and thank you. I'm here just to make a comment on the 555, the Amagansett Plains Preserve, if I may. In general, I have to say, I think the management plan is a very good plan, and I commend the committee for their work on this. I'm here to urge the town to be very careful with the future use, the town board and future town boards, especially what I'm mostly concerned with, on how this property is used. I have a little bit of a special background with this. Peter and Sylvia know this well. A little quick history. Years ago, the Wilkinson administration was not filling the position for Suffolk County Planning Commission and was leaving that vacant. So the town of East Hampton was not being represented. And the county executive asked me if I would take that spot. And I was nominated and served for 2 years on that committee. And one of the best things I was able to do with regard to serving East Hampton on that was the Wilkinson administration had put forth a development for 89 housing units. It's nice to see that Rick is working on this management plan way back when which is fine. He was on the legal team for that application. I was able to do the best research I can and give a presentation representing this town to the board. And Sylvia and Peter were actually at that meeting. And it was voted down, thank God, 14-2. And therefore, we are today where this has been preserved by the Cantwell administration, again, with these two board members on that board, which is a wonderful thing. That never would have happened had the vote gone the other way, because it could have been, it would have just been, the Wilkinson administration had the majority vote there and it would have moved forward. The county commission denial that I was able to get compelled the town board to have a super majority, which they did not have. So I take extra pride in this project here, and just want to say that we all know it was preserved, and my argument was preserving this for either agricultural or recreational use, and I know that was Larry Cantwell's intention as well. And the soldier ride was kind of a done deal, and I believe Larry and the board felt that, and I certainly agree, it's a wonderful thing, that continue. And again, we all know that wonderful benefit has to do with bicycles more than it has to do with cars. And I'm just very concerned in the future on benefits, on parking on this property, on the compression of the soil. We all know it used to be prime agricultural soil before the Principe family bought it, and they basically denuded portions of it and it wasn't farmed, so the cedar trees came up and they were scraped down. But it still could be agricultural soil. But I imagine the best use for this would be, as this plan lays out, would be a recreational use for the town. I love the ideas. I've been asked, I serve on the Eco Farm Board of Directors, and I grew up on a farm, so I love the idea of community farms here. I think it's really, really special, and that what a wonderful way to get the community really involved in this piece of property. And I applaud the walking paths. I think it's a great plan. I would just hope that this board and future boards, when they do permit any activity that is not recreational, that does not involve the community, that all of those activities be very concise and tight and take place, and the parking take place on the already disturbed areas of the property, and just treat this thing as almost sacred ground, the rest of it, all of the eastern portion of it, because it really is. It's an incredible open space. This town invested over $10 million to preserve this space, and I would hate to see it become a recreational carnival type of, in future, possibly future boards, unless this board works to really fine tune and set parameters for this management plan. So thank you all for letting me speak.
Thank you, John. I would just add that Kathy Burke-Gonzalez is also on the board for the acquisition of this property as well.
Yes.
I just want to add a comment. My understanding is that when the property was eventually acquired, Larry came to the Amagansett CAC and actually made a commitment to the CAC. It was the understanding that the only event, like a public event, fundraising type event that would be there would be Soldier Ride. And I remember, a few years ago when there was the first proposal that the library hold its event. And I want to say to anybody who's here today or watching that I happen to really enjoy the library's book sale cocktail party event and have gone to it. But the community was widely opposed to that fundraiser occurring there. And it has a huge number of cars. And my recollection is that something like 1,500 cars come to that event, and they joined it with a children's carnival at the same time. And despite the community's opposition, this board, without me, okayed the use of that property for that fundraiser, which is essentially a cocktail party. You're buying books, you're not reading books. And I was surprised when I thought, certainly when the idea came up in the second year after that, the board would never go for it because we encountered such strong opposition, but indeed the board did go for it. And I was a little disappointed to see in the management agreement that that event is now written into the management agreement as one of the events. And I think that's wrong. I don't think it fits with the purposes. We've gone back and forth on it. And it's unusual to see that in a management plan. So as I said, Soldier Ride, the community knew would be a vested kind of pre-existing event there. I think we understood why. But I think writing in any other event is a mistake and inappropriate. And it should not be a venue for what is essentially a cocktail party fundraiser. Worthy as the library is, and I am a big supporter of the library, they do great work. I just think this is the wrong place for it.
Yes, when I was on the commission, Kathy was elected with Larry Cantwell and did wonderful work getting it preserved. Thank you, Kathy. I agree. I mean, I won't go on, but I'm just so concerned. Anyone who knows soil and farming knows that if you drive vehicles if you start driving vehicles in Herrick Park and parking and all that kind of stuff, everyone knows the damage that causes. So I just hope that, especially future boards, will really respect this and that you can nail down those parameters with this management plan.
Yeah, I appreciate that, John. I think, I'm sorry, so go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, so John, do you agree with where the management plan gives us some.
Yes, I
parking.
do. I do with the hard packed parking areas. Yes, I do.
So you
that
agree
portion.
with if there's parking, it should be in those areas?
Exactly, yeah.
So
yeah.
they need in future to follow that parking plan?
Yeah, I'm just concerned of the creep that could happen. And also, I must say, I'm sure that the members of Amagansett are concerned with the character of the neighborhood, the kind of events that take place there. I love the idea of it being limited to just a few and it being very special, unique, low caliber, recreational, very special benefit events. That's what I would like to see you all.
Yeah.
Do
Thank
you
you,
know,
I
do you know
agree.
how large that area is? Maybe we can get that from Rick Whalen.
Yeah.
The
This
parking
public
area?
portion, I think that'll all come out during our agenda.
Yeah, when you get to that, of course.
I appreciate your comments.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I just would like to make one comment about the characterization by Councilman Bragman that this was widely opposed. We did not believe that it was widely opposed. There were a few people who were quite vocal about their opinions. But overall, I think the community very much supported the idea of having a fundraiser for our public library on that location. It's a very limited event, happens on an annual basis. And many of the, I think, concerns that were brought forward with regard to traffic and impacts were really well overstated. And it was documented through 2 years of events there that there was no such real concern there. Beyond that, I would say that, in fact, books are bought there, Jeff, and they're sold by the authors as part of the fundraising. And it's not really just a cocktail party. So, I would just say that, we heard from a few people in Amagansett, but we had many people in support of this activity at that location, including the Assemblyman Fred Thiel, who was the author of the CPF legislation.
If I misspoke, I meant to say that books were not read there. There was, I think it was Councilman Overby who said that if there was a book reading, that constituted recreation. And I think it's obvious from the planning and the acquisition documents that it had nothing to do with reading books. It had to do with passive recreation of the land. And that's my objection. And the event, it managed to be, well handled, but there were a lot of cars on that property and required extra, direction from, I believe, the police and private people to, manage the traffic. It's quite a large event. It's grown over the years. I don't think it's appropriate on that site.
We understand that you don't believe so.
Yeah, I attended that event and I never saw anything that hindered any of the traffic flow in Amagansett. And I live in Amagansett. So it was a well-run event. I think you're right, Jeff, that it was well done. But I think they did park probably in places that shouldn't have been parking now. So that if this management plan is completed and we agree with it, then the parking that John was referring to on the edges and that the plan also talks about is that needs to be, adhered to in the future.
I'd like to get back to the public portion and see if we have any members of the public who would like to comment. Do we have any callers on the line?
Yes, we do. We have one caller on hold. The caller's phone ends in 8764. I'll unmute that caller now.
Good morning, Town Board. This is Dave Buddha. I first want to thank you for this hybrid form of meeting. It will enable many more people to participate by calling in. But I do want to alert you to the fact that some of the meetings this past week, Planning Board in particular, and this meeting a little bit, the audio quality of the meetings needs to be examined by the technical people to see if it can be improved either by placement of microphones or type of microphones differently than they currently are. And the extremely long delay between live and what you see on the television screen needs to be addressed by the LTV people as well. There's a much shorter delay on the YouTube feed, which makes it easier to respond. Oftentimes when you call for a call-in person to respond, there's no response, and I think it's because they're watching the television and listening on the phone at the same time, and or switching to between the phone and the television, and they get lost in the nearly minute delay between the feed and reality. That's my technical comment. Then I'd like to address one other thing. On Thursday, you have scheduled a public hearing for what you clearly would be the town's largest farmland preservation effort to date. And I'm reading from the press release the supervisor issued. You probably all know that I've been requesting a copy of the conditional purchase agreement that was executed between the town and the Bistrian entities and individuals involved. And as of this moment, I have not received it, which means that no one in the town has been able to review it in advance of the public hearing, which is now scheduled for 2 days from now. Generally, the transaction looks wonderful, desirable, beneficial, and I have no opinion about the dollars involved, but I do have a couple of questions about the details, particularly involving the one Bistrian farmed lot that is included in the CPF project plan but is being excluded from this transaction, and I don't know why. I also have some questions about the where is and how the 1.25 acre property adjacent to the parking lot will be transferred to the town, and as far as the town giving up its existing roadway right-of-way as mapped on the tax plan. There are just a lot of details that all should be available to anyone who has an interest in this landmark transaction, just so that the public can be assured that it understands it and can understand its details. So that's my comment. I hope that I'll see that agreement before Thursday, or else perhaps the hearing will be rescheduled. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Do we have any other callers on the line?
If I can just
Yes, we
answer
do.
David. David, I was here for when I believe it was the ARB meeting. And yes, there were issues with the sound, and the head technician was working on trying to get new speakers or microphones that would drop into this location and make sure they can sync everything up. So that is being worked on. And I hope, I know Jeff has the liaison for LTV. I hope he's continuing to work on those motions to try to alleviate some of the sound.
Excuse me, Mr. Supervisor. The caller has hung up, and I will say that it does sound a much better today than it did last week, and we're always working on improving. I do have another caller.
Do you have another caller?
Yes, sir. The next caller's last four digits end in 2677. I'll unmute that caller now.
Hi, good morning, Supervisor and Town Board members. This is Tina Piet. How are you today?
Hi, Tina. I'm doing well. How are you?
Hi, good. I am calling because I saw the presentation that is going to occur today about the communication towers. In advance, I'm just looking, and I would like to just point out some things that came up at the CAC meeting, and to clarify one or two things of what was said. I really truly believe that confusing the temporary use for immediate cell service, which also involves emergencies, is an apple. I'm looking at the 180 permanent tower solution as an orange. And right now, I believe that the proposal that's going to be put forth today mentions that the cow that the town is considering has 2 carriers. And I'm not sure if that's sufficient. I don't know how to say this in any other language, that the cell service is not a want anymore. It's an emergency situation. It's a safety issue. And quite simply, I've been told you can make a call 911 from any phone, even if it's defunct. I've been told over and over again that 911 calls can be made from any cell phone. But the caveat here is that you have to have a signal. So I don't really understand why this is taking so long for people to figure out or to do something. because even this proposal that you're talking about, or that's going to be discussed today, only has 2 carriers. I'm going to assume that they're AT&T and Verizon. So what does that mean to the Sprint T-Mobile users out here? If you do not have a signal, you cannot call 911. No bars equals no service. So I don't know why there is such a hesitation for using and installing 3 carriers on the tower that actually exists. Because really what you're saying at the end of all this, I mean, if you really think about it, is if you're not in the right place at the right time with the right carrier, you cannot call 911. So the thought that this temporary solution with the cow on town property is the savior of us all is just really, really misguided, I think. And I don't think it's a real solution. It's okay that it's being discussed, but it's not going to work for everyone, quite frankly. The second part of this, when I'm looking at the proposal, is that it's a 100-foot tower. There's a 150-foot tower that exists already. It should be used immediately. That's just my opinion, and I appreciate the fact that there's discussion about this, but you're not the people laying on the ground who can't call 911. And until you're in that situation, as people have been in, I think it's beyond some people's comprehension that we should be talking about apples, immediate, temporary, and oranges, final solution, somewhere at some point. So I look forward to hearing more about this in the future.
Thank you, Tina. I don't think anyone's suggesting that a temporary tower is the end all and savior of us all. We're not saying that at all, but it is the most immediate way to get the vast majority who are served by the 2 prominent carriers within town. So I think, that's the best approach. The firehouse tower has been ordered illegal by the courts, and there has been some pressure to actually have that tower removed. The tower that they're proposing is in a different location, and I think we believe that given the history of litigation with that location, that it would be more prudent to choose a location where the town has control over putting up this communications as quickly as possible with the greatest certainty of success.
Peter, I really appreciate that, and I thank you for bringing up 2 things. One was the court case that deemed it illegal, if I'm not mistaken. What that case really said was that a permanent tower should go through site plan review, the same thing that you would be going through for a permanent tower in another location other than the one that's existing. So again, that's apples and oranges. It exists and it has emergency equipment in it right now. So it is being utilized.
Tina, again, misinformation is prevalent with regard to this tower. There is no emergency communications other than an illegal whip antenna that's been placed on the top. We're going to have a presentation later in the meeting from emergency communications expert for the town, Eddie Schnell, giving us an update on all of this.
I understand that, but I've already seen the outline of it. So again, I want to say that there was nothing illegal about, safety-wise. There was no safety issues. A building permit was issued. It was built to specs under fire and building codes. So the illegality of the tower that exists there is that it should have gone through a whole site plan review. Well, okay, I get that. However, you also have the federal lawsuit that came down in 2019 that said pretty much, I mean, I don't have a copy of it, but it pretty much said that once a dead zone is identified, that the town rules and regs kind of be damned. Get the service in there. And so again, I'm going to go back to the use. I've heard that the existing tower is illegal. It's again, this is a temporary use until a more a larger scale 180 is figured out, literally the 180 tower. So it disturbs me that you use the word illegal when it was built with a building permit. So what doesn't disturb me and doesn't surprise me is that the town board, any town board member or the town in general might be hesitant facing litigation by the neighbor. I understand that also, but again, then let that neighbor come out and say what it is, because my 911 call, I think, is much more important than any specious arguments that might come up of why this existing tower can't be used now temporarily until the permanent tower is put in place. So I look forward to hearing the presentation, but I can already tell you it's inadequate. This solution that is coming up is going to be inadequate for somebody who needs to make a 911 call and simply has no signal. And that will be T-Mobile and Sprint users. So I guess maybe having 2 carriers is better than 3, or 1 is better than none, but it is not a solution. So I thank you for your consideration of using the existing tower temporarily to resolve these emergency issues. It's not just a want anymore.
Thanks for calling in, Tina.
Thanks. Have a good day.
You too. Do we have any other callers on the line?
No, there are no more callers on the line.
I'll go back to anyone here who would like to speak tonight. Has spoken. Rona.
Well, good morning, board. Nice to be back here. Feels very comfortable. Rona Klotman from Amagansett, and I'm here as a resident of Amagansett, even though I'm the chair of the Citizens Advisory Committee in Amagansett, to really speak about 555. I have a document that's from July 1st, 2014, in the minutes of this town board, where Scott Wilson presented the property purchased by the town and referred to as Amagansett Farms. And he stated the town would be looking for agricultural use on the property. Well, the property's come a long way since then. And the last time the library had an event there, and I love the library. I volunteered at their event for 8 years, supporting the library. But I don't support that the plan that you have for 555 actually states that a library event could be had on that property. I have photographs of the last time, everybody's talking about the parking and 1,500 cars, but I actually went there the day after the last event, which was August of 2019, took pictures of the property, which I would like to give to this board to pass around to show what happened to that property after 1,500 cars were on it. So I'll pass it to you. John, could you pass this to the board? Thank you. And you may look at the property to see the damage that was done to that property. So it's very unusual for a plan to actually state what events would be solidly. I have been a member of ACAC for about 20 years. And Peter, you misstated, the community did come out and did not support having the library event on that property. Councilman Lease was the liaison at the time, and he can tell you people were not happy with that. So I think that words mean a lot, and the fact that you're saying that doesn't mean it's accurate. So I went on the Zoom meeting with the Nature Preserve Committee, the most recent one where they discussed the plan. They had 8 events on there. Well, you have to understand on that property, summertime is July and August. 8 events, that would mean every week there's going to be an event there. And I think Rick took that into consideration and made it 3 to 5. But that's a lot on that property, which was meant for recreation for Amagansett. And I can't believe that this board would actually approve having that event yearly. We established Soldier Ride on that event. We were very supportive of it because it was a time when we have to support our veterans, but we did not. And you could, the supervisor Cantwell knew that. And we have it in the minutes of the Citizens Advisory that was the only event to be allowed on that property. And I appreciate Councilman Bragman talking about that because it is so, and I'm here to tell you so, because I'm very active in Amagansett. And the other thing, last night, and I'm here as a citizen, we discussed, this is the second part of my talk, we discussed the fact that this summer, and every summer I know we say it, this is the worst summer. Well, this is, because we have all of New York City out here. And I would like the board to consider perhaps a moratorium on house sizes. Peter is our liaison. He will explain it, I guess, in his liaison report today. But we really had a long discussion at our meeting last night, and it's getting out of control. Where I live in Beach Hampton, the houses are older. People are buying the houses, they're taking them down and building these enormous to capacity on the property houses. Spec people are coming in, buying up houses and making money in our community, and it's changing. And I would like the board to discuss that. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ronna.
Tom?
I just want to say one thing is that when the town purchases property, they don't purchase it just for that hamlet. They purchase it for all of East Hampton. So everybody can enjoy 555. Everybody can enjoy any of the properties that we purchase and use them. So it's not just for Amagansett use, it's for everyone's use. I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
I didn't hear anyone say the contrary to that.
Rona said that it was for Amagansett. We in Amagansett use that.
No, I was.
I'm sorry.
Anyway,
Can we let's just move on. We have Mr. Tom McNiven here. He'd like to.
You can land a helicopter there, right?
Yeah. Thanks, Tom.
You actually can.
Yeah,
And they
I
did.
know that. I'm glad we're all clear on that. My name's Tom McNiven. I'm from Wayne Scott, and I'm basically a leftover from last week. I came to speak at the airport hearing, and I couldn't get anywhere close to the building for all the aviation shills and paid consultants and hired guns and out-of-town pilots and everybody else who packed the room. I'm an early riser. I live over in Wayne Scott. It was probably about 2-3 Sundays ago. I got up about 6:30, made coffee, go out to sit on my deck, and about 6:53, the first helicopter comes by. I thought to myself, I'd really like one Sunday of peace and quiet, one Friday afternoon of peace and quiet. But then I got to thinking, actually, those of us who are affected by the airport noise are owed 10 to 12 years. That's a fact. It's time for us to have a little peace and quiet and for us to have our way. I also spent 2 years in this very building on a noise abatement committee for the airport, which I'd like to have those hours back too, because that was a huge failure. Okay, we didn't get anywhere there. It was interesting. I learned a lot, but we really didn't get anywhere. The only way that we're going to get through this thing is to no longer kick the can down the road, and we can't. And time's up. So you're going to have to close this thing, even if it's temporarily. It's the only way that this town is going to get control of that airport. You have control of bars. You have control of boats. They can't dump in the harbor. You have control of group houses.
You have control of every irritating thing in this town, but you have no control at the airport, and it's time for that to change. I want to just make a couple of small comments about things I heard, because I did watch a little bit of it on TV, and I want to talk about Montauk first. I've been out at Gossman's and had planes fly over my head there, and I've camped many times on the beach at Montauk County Park. And I think it behooves all of you to work as hard as you can right now while we have Community Preservation Fund money to find a way to buy that airport. It's surrounded by county property. Montauk has more open space than anywhere else, and I don't hold that against them. I think Montauk is fantastic, but they deserve that property as well. The Dirtiers have a long legacy of open space and open space preservation. They also made a huge sale just a little while ago and probably could use the tax write-offs. So I think it's a great time to talk to them and to talk to the county and to get Fred Thiel involved, and perhaps the state too, just like Heather Woods was. It was purchased by 3 entities, the county, the state, and the town. And I really think that you should be bonding for that and doing that right now. And I think that would be this town board's legacy if you could do that. It's huge. I think everybody would support it. I also want to say that the supposed traffic to Montauk, if HTO were to close, is being a little bit misrepresented. First of all, as a real estate broker, 35 years, I don't know if you have any idea what's going on in Montauk as far as real estate is concerned, but those people have enough money to fly to Montauk. They're going to fly to Montauk. They live in Montauk. They own homes in Montauk. So a lot of the increase in traffic to Montauk Airport is actually people who go to Montauk. They're not flying out there and driving back to Sagaponack. We know that. We know that. Really, the only other thing I could say is that when people make arguments about people not coming here anymore, look around you. We could use a few less people. So thank you very much for your time, and I'll be back.
Thank you, Tom. Anyone else? Yes, Jane.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jane Meering. I live in Amagansett, and I did want to also add in just a few comments on the Amagansett Plains 555 property. To preface, I do want to say heartfelt thank you to everyone in this room, everyone who's not in this room, who held off the multi-decade siege for development on that property. And, you know, it's why we're here having this conversation now. So thank you. And, you know, the view across is not only pastoral, but it is iconic. You know, I used to come out here, I'm old, so back in the 60s, in the backseat of the car with my parents, you know, there were certain things you would see that meant you were here, right? The penny candy store. Making that left at the duck pond in East Hampton. And then that curve coming out of the town of East Hampton as you go by the windmill. And that vista across that field is really indelible and iconic. So that's great. Number two, as has already come up, I am a resident of Amagansett, and I'm going to speak from an Amagansett perspective, but I am fully aware that it is East Hampton town taxpayer money. And so it's not just, you know, for our use or our view. However, Amagansett is starting to really be overwhelmed, not just almost for the first time, by a lot more traffic, a lot more development, and a lot more activity. So it is a sensitive issue to residents of Amagansett. So I just didn't really want to address the event issue. And I am happy in the plan. It refers to very limited, I think it's in italics, events. That's great. It does mention the number 3 to 5. So just a couple comments. There is a material difference between 3 and 5. And there is also a material difference between, I think Rona just said this, right? 3 events in the space of 2 or 3 months. That becomes character changing, and that is overwhelming. 3 events spread out over the course of the year, a little more, a little impact. So my bottom line view is that any events of scale is inconsistent with the preservation mandate for the property. If you do go through and sort of sanction that, I would ask on behalf of not the ACAC, but, you know, my neighbors, that they be limited in scope, that they not have amplified sound or music, not just to respect the Gansett Meadows and the Bunker Hill Bunker Road community. But, you know, we can all hear it way down in the lanes in Beach Hampton. It carries no fireworks, limitations to size, limitations to timing, really be very, very prescriptive, and absolutely never, ever fireworks on that property. And also the types of events, as you mentioned, to benefit the community, to be about some core issues, maybe, you know, preservation, education, things like that, no political events. So that's my statement on that. I just wanted to add in, though, quickly on the idea of a community farm. I mean, I've been a 12-year member of Quail Hill. CSAs are wonderful. We have Amber Waves. I am fairly familiar with the Echo Farms layout, and I just did want to caution that, you know, a community farm actually requires a fair amount of infrastructure. It requires irrigation. It requires a lot of fencing. It requires security. It requires someone to manage, you know, the leasing of the lots. It's actually can create a certain amount of intensity on that property that, as great as the idea is, may not. And I guess I would just float the idea with this amazing acquisition coming of the Bistrian properties, you know, which is agriculture in nature, maybe some of that could be carved out for a community garden as opposed to putting it on 555. So thank you for that.
So thanks. I appreciate your comments, and I guess I'll hold my comments until after the presentation.
Yeah, I think we could just get through the public comment, and then
Okay.
the town board will have ample
Yeah,
opportunity.
I
to
think you have
discuss
some
it
good
during the meeting.
ideas, Jane. Thank you.
Anyone else who's not spoken who wishes to speak? Go back to the phones. Michael, do you have any callers on the line?
No, there are no callers on the line.
In that case, I think we can move forward with our work session agenda items. And first up, we have Jeannie Carosa. Good morning, Jeannie.
Good morning. Okay, I'll start off with a bid that I did, we did cooperatively with Sag Harbor School District. And this is for the repair, service, and installation for HVAC. And that's a new vendor. This time we have McCluskey Mechanical Contractors. Next, we did a food service and kitchenware items bid for Human Services, Interboro Packaging Corp., Navilla Foods in New York, Sam Tell and Sons, and Douglas Equipment for all the apparent low bidders for that. Next, we worked with Housing Community Development for home renovation at 19 Joshua Edwards Court, and Greenway USA in the amount of $64,400 is the apparent low bidder for that renovation. Supply and delivery of auto parts was next, and Advanced Stores, Grade A Petroleum, Morgan Auto Supply, and Fleet Pride Incorporated are the apparent low bidders for that bid. And lastly, I'll be noticing an RFP for the Georgia Pond Route 27 Rest Stop Abatement Technical Design proposal. And that's it.
Jean, what was the first one that you read? I'm sorry.
We did a cooperative bid with the Sag Harbor School District for the HVAC services, repairs, and installation.
Okay.
Any other questions for Jean?
Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. That brings us up to LED street lighting upgrades and shared services agreement with the Village of Sag Harbor to a New York Power Authority project. Lauren Steinberg from Natural Resources Department here to present. Good morning, Lauren.
Good morning. It's afternoon now, but it's nice to see you all. So I just wanted to give a little bit of context to the presentations that you're going to hear today. So by replacing conventional streetlights with energy efficient LED technology, municipalities can significantly reduce streetlight energy use, generating cost savings and emission reductions. Municipalities across Long Island and New York State are making the switch to LED streetlights due to the many benefits like reducing their carbon footprint and saving taxpayer dollars. LED streetlights also last longer and require less maintenance than conventional streetlights, and can also integrate smart technologies like dimming functions and timing controls. The town has started the process of converting streetlights to LEDs. The streetlights in downtown Montauk were converted a few years ago. And moving forward, keeping in line with the town's energy sustainability goals and climate emergency declaration, evaluating the town's current streetlight inventory and converting all remaining conventional streetlights to LED will have a great impact on reducing the town's energy consumption, fossil fuel emissions, and electricity costs. LED streetlight technologies have come a long way. And there's a lot of information out there about them. We've asked senior research scientists for the Lighting Research Center at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, John Paul Freisinger, to present on the basics and benefits of LED streetlights, as well as important things to consider when a municipality is planning for an LED streetlight project. We've also asked Jeff Leno from the New York Power Authority to speak about NYPA's smart street lighting program that's helped many New York municipalities, including our neighbor Southampton, to navigate through the process of an LED street lighting project and how they can assist East Hampton now as well. So I'd like to first introduce John Paul Freisinger from the Lighting Research Center, who's joining us remotely. Please begin whenever you're ready.
Greetings from Troy, New York. It's great to be here with you.
Hello, John. Welcome.
Thank you. Let me share my screen and well, that didn't work. Let me try again.
We had, excuse me, sir, we had seen it successfully.
Yeah, it was just the opposite of what I want. So it should work better.
We can see the screen now, John.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you. I'm speaking on behalf of Minnesota, who has contracted us to provide technical services through the Clean Energy Communities Program. And my function today is to answer primarily any questions you may have on LED technology. At the Lighting Research Center, we have conducted research on LED light sources and systems for the past nearly 25 years, and we have been involved in the transformation of the market in different areas, from outdoor lighting to interior lighting, touching pretty much everything from streets to airplanes and commercial lighting and so on. So what I want to do today in the limited time that I have is give you a little bit of background of why it would be beneficial to change to LED lighting technology for street lighting. And again, answer any questions you may have. This being a new technology to some communities, they have questions about the life of the system or the color or any potential negative effects that the technology may have. And so I have these points that I want to make. I'm going to start with the technology itself. It's relatively new, but we have been using LEDs for over 10, 15 years in many applications. One of the philosophical questions that we always try to answer at the Lighting Research Center has to do with how to increase the benefits from lighting. And the question could be, why do we light? And there's many answers to that. One is visual performance in outdoor lighting. You want to see oncoming cars as well as pedestrians and oncoming cars or vehicles approaching from the side or kids on a bicycle, for example. You also want to provide safety and security for the end users of the space. And you also want to take into consideration the quality of life. And in this context, that could be the visual comfort, avoiding glare, avoiding light pollution, and also potential negative effects on the circadian entrainment of people, which, again, this is one of the main questions. In outdoor lighting, the light levels are so low generally that that's not an issue regardless of the color of the light. So one of the points that I want to emphasize is, from our point of view, is not just about reducing the cost of lighting, whether that is the energy that you're paying or the maintenance that you're paying. Those will be realized through LED lighting technologies, but increasing the benefits that you get from the lighting. And again, that could be less glare, less light pollution, better visibility, enhanced safety, and so on. Those are more important than just substituting all technologies for new and saving energy. And all of this is now possible with LED lighting. I wanted to bring this to your attention. When we talk about light and its use for humans, it's not just the visual aspect of it. And we have the amount, the spectrum of the light, where the light is distributed in the space, the time, and the duration of that exposure. For visual purposes, the amount and the spectrum and the distribution are the most important. The other aspect is how light entrains our circadian mechanism. And we have the same 5 dimensions, but we have different outcomes. It could be alerting effects. If you are exposed to bright lights, you will get alerted. But you also have the long-term effect, which is your circadian entrainment throughout, seasons and throughout the day and then over seasons. And for that, the timing of exposure and the duration of exposure are very important. This often comes up with LED lighting in outdoor applications because the switch from high pressure sodium, which is a yellowish light, to whiter or bluish light from LED makes people think, for a good reason, we're more sensitive to short wavelengths, that we're going to disrupt the circadian rhythm of people. But again, often, I would say we can do the calculations, but in most cases, the time of exposure and the light levels are so low that the effect is negligible for circadian entrainment disruption. Now, from the point of view of the technology itself, LEDs, for the first time, we truly have a light source that can outperform any other light source. For decades, we heard, well, incandescents are going to get rid of candles and fluorescence will get rid of incandescents, and so on for over 100 years. But in reality, each one of these technologies had characteristics that made them better for a given application, and that's why we had all these light sources in the marketplace. Today, for the first time, LEDs can outperform any other lighting technology in all dimensions and often at the same time. So in terms of light output, the efficacy, which is the equivalent of your mileage per gallon, if you will, in a car, the color of illumination, the life, not just of the lamp, but potentially the system, how fast they can turn on and off and restrike, as opposed to high pressure sodium. If you lose power, even if it's temporary in your street light, you have to wait a few minutes before the lamp can restrike and turn on again. With LEDs, that's gone. There's no delay. It's an instantaneous on time. And obviously, all of these can lead to lower operating costs over time. So I have this information here in graphical form just to show that LEDs are, again, better in all of these dimensions that we typically consider for lighting applications and even for outdoor lighting. I will point out though, and my emphasis is going to be on choosing the right product, not just because you choose an LED product, it means that it's going to be better than any other product in the marketplace. Just like cars and bicycles and everything else, there's different levels of sophistication in how the system is designed and implemented. Is the same with LED luminaires for outdoor lighting. And so that's something to be aware of. It is an LED, it's almost guaranteed to provide savings in energy and over time, but we don't know how long it's going to last compared to another brand and so on. So that's one of the key aspects of choosing the right LED luminaire as a system. Now, the other aspect of the technology, I'm going to put it in the context of what we consider good street lighting. And for that, again, we have visibility issues, comfort, perception of safety, and most of this has to do with the light level and the uniformity of that distribution in the space. We have an example here where it's not very uniform. So I wanted to show you an example of research that we conducted a few years ago, demonstrating one of the benefits of LED lighting, but that again, you have to build it into your design to realize that benefit. What I'm showing here is for any typical luminaire, we have a drop lens, and I have an example here just for props. It's really big, it's a drop lens, and as you can imagine, all these facets in the crystal send light everywhere. They're meant to house really light, big light sources like this one. And so light goes everywhere and not everything is useful. With LEDs, that's not the case. LEDs now are much smaller. This is about 1 inch in diameter, what you see here, and they're even smaller LEDs. And what that gives you is the ability to send the light only where you need it. So the optical efficiency and the overall control of the distribution of the light in the space is much better with LEDs. And so that helps with glare control, that helps reduce light pollution, and it also helps with increasing uniformity on the task area, on the ground, on the street. And one of the reasons why I emphasize uniformity is typical practice calls for what we call uniformity ratios, often 15:1, the maximum to the minimum. Sometimes it's 20:1 or 10:1. What I have here is an example in a parking lot where you have on the left a uniform distribution. It's a 3:1 ratio. And on the other one, we have 10:1. Now, let's take into account that the picture is not very, it may be a little bit deceiving, but in reality, there's a big difference between these two installations, 3:1, 10:1. And what we found, and I just have this graph here to show, with the uniform distribution, when you ask people about how good the lighting is and how safe they perceive the space to be, the light level, when the light is uniformly distributed in the space, can be much lower than what it needs to be when it's not uniform. And even in that case, you don't get as high ratings as you do with uniform lighting. So we have seen consistently the benefits in outdoor lighting to increase the uniformity. Now, it may not be possible because of the existing spacing. In new construction, it's often easier to achieve this. But one of the points that I would suggest as you go through your retrofits is that you choose the luminaires so that uniformity is improved. That will allow you to lower the light levels even more. And as you can see here, people perceive the space to be safer and the lighting to be better overall with less glare when the uniformity is high in outdoor lighting. And again, these as well helps control light pollution and glare. So I'll stop here to see if there's any questions about these aspects of LED lighting.
Any questions for Jean-Paul at this point?
No.
Yeah, can you just quickly reiterate? I'm not sure I understand what you mean by light uniformity. Can you give me a short explanation of?
Yes, so what we want is that you don't have dark and bright spots on the ground. You want to minimize that difference between the brightest and the darkest places in your immediacy of your visual field. Now that obviously will cover, but as you turn around, whether it's a parking lot or the street, you want that to be more or less uniform. We deal with this in interior lighting as well. If you look at your office or your house, you probably have on the ground, on the floor, 20:1 in terms of how much light you have in the brightest to the darkest spot. But the darkest spot you can still see because the light level overall is very high. So there's nothing that you cannot see. It's not uniform, but you can still see. At nighttime, when you're talking about really low light levels, the minimum actually prevents you from seeing if there's an object there, if you're going to trip, if there's a hole. And that's why you want that light level to be at least a certain minimum, which is usually 2 to 5 lux in lighting units. And then from there, what you want to do is minimize the contrast. You don't want to have very bright areas and very dark so that your eye is cannot easily adapt to those differences.
Okay, thank you. That worked.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Jean-Paul at this point? Please continue.
Thank you. So in the interest of time, what I have next is 2 or 3 slides. I'll just make the point that the information is available to facilitate the transition from high pressure sodium to LED lighting in terms of how do we choose the right amount of light. There are some considerations. Today, LEDs are so efficient and efficacious that even when you match the two for the same light output, because of that better optical control, which means less waste to where you don't want light, you often have higher light levels on the ground. So that's one approach to match the light output of the two, but that will lead to higher light levels. If you don't need that, there's ways to derate, say maybe by 10, 15, 20%, so that you get the same amount on the ground as the existing light level. The other aspect of it is the color of illumination. Most utilities in the country have a choice of 3000 Kelvin, which is warm like close to incandescent, and 4000 Kelvin, which is presumably what most of you have in your office. Is a little bit more white light. I understand in your case, you're limited to 3000 Kelvin. Even with that lower correlated color temperature, the perception of brightness in the space compared to high pressure sodium, the yellowish light, increases because of how much whiter that LED light is. So there's other tools so we can estimate perhaps another 10, 15, 20% lower light output with LEDs, so that when people go to the space, they say it doesn't look brighter, it just looks about the same and it's acceptable. So it's another tool to help with the transition. I talked about uniformity, and I'll finalize by again confirming. I mean, the technology has been in development for decades now, has matured significantly. There's no practically any other light source in the market in the near future. Everything is going to be LEDs. So it's a safe choice. You just have to choose the right product with the right warranty, because you don't want in 5 years to find that something failed and who's going to be responsible for it. Savings are, usually in the 50 to 70% in terms of energy. Maintenance, you still have to clean the fixtures occasionally. You may have to replace them if something goes wrong. So it's not a install and forget about it. Although manufacturers may say 50,000 hours, 75,000 hours, that's not the reality. A lot of things can fail in an LED luminaire. The electronics, especially with surges and lightning and heat and other things. So choosing the right product involves choosing the right warranty supported by the manufacturer as well. And again, we can provide limited technical assistance through NYSERDA with calculations or looking at different products if needed. But I understand you're looking into the NIPA program, and they offer also turnkey services. So this may be a good time to turn it over to the next presentation. But I'm happy to have answer any questions now, or if you need me to come back at any time, I'll be more than happy to to answer specific questions.
Any other questions for Jean-Paul at this point?
Yes.
Do you have a question? Want to come up, please? Or if you could just state your name for the record.
Gloria Freezy. So my understanding is that we're limited to 3,000 Kelvin. Great. Because if I were to add one more slide to this presentation, I think it did a fabulous job at covering a lot of the human needs in our community, but there are also animal needs that have not been represented here. So limiting it to 3,000 is absolutely wonderful for pollinators and bats and fireflies, all that, migrating birds. The other thing though here is, I think we're agreed LED lights are the way to go. Sounds fabulous in terms of savings, energy efficiency, climate. The question is, will these be, will it be possible to incorporate best practices, dimmers, timers, motion sensors? Will there be different lights placed or different styles of lighting in different areas depending on the street traffic, on the needs of the local population and the climate or the environmental sensitivity of the area, like a beach area versus where you want to see the night sky and maybe have light on a dimmer switch? And, so how will that best practices be implemented? How will the people in the town be trained to implement these practices? So I think these are all items that we want to be looking at, but sounds great.
Thank you for that, Gloria. And I know in our past discussions about lighting, that the town's policy for dark skies has taken into account those impacts on wildlife as well. So Jean-Paul, I don't know if you were able to hear the question, but is there the ability to have dimmers, timers, or motion sensors and an adaptive strategy depending on location so that we have the most appropriate lighting? And can you just speak a little bit to that?
Yes, and that's one of the additional benefits from LED technologies. Intrinsically, dimmable light sources, really no additional difficulty with any other outdoor lighting technology was nearly impossible. With LEDs, you can have that instant on or off. You can dim the lights. You can ramp them slowly down or up as needed. It all goes to the controller where you want it and who's going to implement that program, timing or scheduling or events or whatever you have. But LEDs will give you all of that flexibility to do that through a central location if needed.
So there's quite a bit of flexibility to adapt the lighting to whatever the particular needs of the location or time of day are.
Including if, say, for example, in a parking lot, if you wanted to address fixtures individually and turn them on, and then you just need to send a signal and each one of the luminaires will turn on and off or dim accordingly. That was not possible with the existing infrastructure for high pressure sodium. But now with LEDs, all of that is possible.
Great.
I just know from the board side of it, the most recent municipal project we did was the Amagansett parking lot, and we, working with Loring and our engineers, we incorporated LED lights into that project. And using best management, they were solar powered, which is the largest array that we have in the town of East Hampton. Solar powered lights. The airport recently had some installed, and we were very cognizant of the optical control of it, making sure that we don't have a trespass light onto residential or commercial properties there. And the LEDs allowed for us to do so, to control that best, and also to have a type of bell looking lighting that actually is very within the character of the neighborhood too. So LEDs have a lot of functionality and a lot of flexibility in design then too.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Great, thank you. Thank you, Jean-Paul.
Thank you.
In terms of next steps, Lauren, and what the implications are geographically, what kind of area are we talking about here? I know that there's a shared services agreement and that Sag Harbor, we provide maintenance for their street lighting through a municipal agreement, which we recently negotiated a few years back when I came on as supervisor. That their board is supportive of this effort. So if you can just talk a little bit more about some of the logistics and timing.
Sure. So, I think one of the things that John Paul did a really good job of demonstrating is that, there's a lot of considerations when the municipality undergoes this type of project. There's a lot of moving pieces, a lot of, fine tuning the lighting to the different locations that could be needed. So I actually want to introduce Jeff Lano from the New York Power Authority, who's going to talk about their smart street lighting program and how that program can help the town both on the design side as well as the implementation side of a street lighting conversion project. And he's joining remotely as well. So whenever he's ready, he can switch over and start his presentation.
Sure. Thanks, Lauren. And great presentation, John Paul. And before I show my screen and go through a brief presentation deck about the NYPA street lighting program, just a couple of things that you should know about our design process. We work very closely with municipalities. You guys know your roadways better than us or our engineering firms. So the design is custom. Different roadways require different lighting. Back roads, et cetera, don't need as much lighting as a high traffic road. So we will work directly with you to try to keep roads safe for drivers and pedestrians, while also trying to get as much energy savings realized as possible while maintaining that safety. We do have full control nodes, and that's part of our proposal. So not only do they turn the light on and off at dusk and dawn, but at various times you can dim the lights. And it's sort of, the subsets of dimming and schedules is infinite amongst your inventory. So certain blocks, the streets can be throttled down 75%, and other sections maybe 50% or what have you. And that will our design engineers and manufacturer Philips will do trainings with town staff to get you fully up and running on that platform, so you can dim lights. But the scheduling is important. The town of Southampton implemented their program with NYPA, and in fact installed the control nodes, and they in fact dim them down for several hours each night. Just a couple of other things, and then I'll get into my detail. But the lights that we use, there is flexibility with that Kelvin, 2700, 3000, 4000. Again, we'll work with the town on exactly what they want. And different roadways might warrant different lighting Kelvin outputs. And the final thing I want to say is that our lights are all dark sky compliant. And again, we would do shielding as necessary to keep the light where it needs to be and not on people's windows and things like that. So, and again, to get as much of the light that you're paying for onto the roadways, which is where it belongs. Let me take a second here and share my screen. Let's see. Okay, so I'm hoping everyone can see this. So just to reiterate again, I'm Jeff Lano. I'm with the New York Power Authority. I've been an account executive for them for about 5.5 years, and I have about 30 plus years in the energy efficiency business. A little bit about NYPA. I'll talk about, and then I'll get into the details of our Smart Street Lighting New York program and our turnkey solution, and then talk about the next steps in terms of actually beginning the project. I'll also quickly touch upon the shared services grant that's going to be available as you combine the project with the Village of Sag Harbor. Okay, so page down. Okay, just a lot of people don't know too much about NYPA. People have heard of LIPA, Long Island Power Authority, but NYPA is actually statewide, essentially generating 25% of the state's electric consumption, and that gets transmitted throughout the state, including onto Long Island. So NYPA has about 1,900 employees running 16 power plants and three administrative offices, headquarters being in White Plains. And again, 25% of the state's electricity comes from NYPA. We send power to New York City, the municipality, and all government entities throughout the 5 boroughs, as well as Westchester County. We also have economic development programs, many on Long Island, where folks can get our hydropower and support and create jobs and capital investment. Additionally, what NYPA also does for the public sector is implement energy efficiency projects. A very common and hot item these days is the street lighting. So we move about $300 million worth of projects each year across the state. And we have a lot of experience in lighting and street lighting, as you'll see. So basically, NYPA, I guess in 2019, the governor's office announced the Smart Street Lighting in New York program, and its goal was to do 500,000 streetlights convert to LED across the state by 2025. So we're about 2.5 years in. Again, one of the first projects was the town of Southampton here on Long Island. But our full service solution, including all of the design work, procurement, working closely with the town reps, even law enforcement, et cetera, to design the proper project for you, will result in the town saving money on their energy and their maintenance expense. Just as a point of interest, we're actually up around 250,000 streetlights, and we're having an event next week, actually, in the village of Malvern, who is basically going to be the village where we get to our 250,000th light. So the program is really caught on across the state. And it's many times the streetlights are the #1 energy consumer for a municipality. So if there was one thing to do to save energy in your town, it would be to do the streetlights. Additionally, a new offering we have is a street lighting maintenance service. So we could certainly offer our program to the town, and you can see if that would be a way for you also to save money when we get the new lights installed. So again, I don't want to duplicate what Jean-Paul had to say, but LEDs are very directional. Light will end up on roadways. They're night sky compliant. So the light pollution and that light trespass will be extremely mitigated. Additionally, the light can be distributed in 3 separate ways. Long way on the street, like a loaf of bread kind of thing, more of a box pattern, or quite the opposite. If the road is really wide, we could shoot light in a narrower width. But again, most towns and municipalities keep it as it's shown on the screen, kind of keeping the spread to cover as wide a length of the road as possible. And we will do our best to have light uniformity. Sometimes that's not possible if the light poles are so far away that it's impossible to get light to travel 800 feet to the next pole. But we would certainly do our best and rectify any situations where roadways go from 200 to 100 to 300 to 200 watts, and it's kind of like a checkerboard down the street. So we will definitely look at mitigating that, and again, making the right recommendations for things like the light that covers crosswalks and intersections or dangerous, curves and roadways. But for the most part, we will look at doing as uniform a light distribution as is physically possible. And again, with the color rendering, most municipalities go with the 3000 Kelvin. So for the maximum amount of light with a color that's comfortable for people. And again, what you have now is very yellow. The 3000 Kelvin LED, I kind of equate it to moonlight. I don't like to go down the path of saying it's blue light. That's more 4,000 and 5,000 Kelvin, but this will end up being more like a moonlight situation. So since this thing began, we've done work in about 220 communities across the state, and about 235,000, but I guess that's just bumped up more recently as now we're doing this press event next week in Malvern. But many customers on Long Island have taken advantage of our services. They're listed up there. I would say, in addition to Southampton, kind of like Port Jeff and Northport are very similar to kind of East Hampton, kind of vibe. So they're working with us on their projects as well, and a host of others around the state. We're also implementing several huge projects with the city of Albany, city of Syracuse, Buffalo. So we have a lot of experience. Our design engineers and installers really developed a very tight business plan to get this thing done for the public sector. So part of our service is full turnkey project implementation, which means we have engineering design firms on retainer to do this work. Tried and true method of implementing projects. You would get a dedicated project manager, a NIPA staff person to kind of manage contractors we bring in for both the design work and the labor installation, as well as any kind of environmental review that would have to happen. So we'll supervise all of those steps across the program. So we would do design, we would procure anything that we haven't currently procured. We're currently working with a labor vendor called Wellsback. Folks might have heard of them. Our material supplier is Phillips. And our design engineer, most likely to be assigned, would be a firm called Guth Tacanzo, who was also the design engineer of record for the town of Southampton's project. So we would manage the project through design, any procurement for any unique items that might make your project the way you want it to be. And we'd manage the construction. We would manage the labor. We would make sure that prevailing wage was being paid to workers, that we would work with your public safety to ensure safety of pedestrians, vehicles, workers. We would basically give advance notice to communities, to streets where we would be working. So we would give the town kind of a week look ahead, so you would know where we would be working the following weeks as the project unfolds. NIPA will also be upgrading your registry with PSEG Long Island to true it up, so you'll know exactly what lights you now have, where they are, what their wattage is, as will PSEG, and that becomes the basis of your new bill on a monthly basis. So we'll work directly with PSEG to get that sent to them so you can start saving money on the new lights cost. NIPA also offers project financing. We will cover all payments during construction, paying vendors along the way. And then if the town would want, we could, when the job is all done and we know exactly what was done and the final cost wrap up, the town could enter into a long-term financing agreement with NIPA so that the project savings, in essence, more than pays for the debt service. So we have many communities enter into loan agreements that actually realize positive cash flow for the municipality each month. So the savings exceed the debt service. So we can, as the project is close to being done and we know where the final numbers land, we'll begin working directly on a financing. Or the town could, pay out of pocket or a combination thereof. We'll also work with the town and the village, Sag Harbor, on accessing any of the shared services grants and help with that whole process. Additionally, NIPA does have a maintenance service available for our customers who install the LED lights. And we can talk about that, further. But right now, just as a ballpark number, it's about $23 a year per fixture for our maintenance service. So we can get into that after. Let's see. Dropping down the screen. There we go. Okay, so I prepared a kind of an indicative proposal for Lauren, who has been very thorough, by the way, and asking questions about the details. Probably knows more about LED street lighting than she ever imagined she would. But what we have is the town, off of its PSEG registry, has 729 lights that are non-LED. So
is that the town or is that Sag Harbor also?
That's just the town. Sag Harbor has about 300 lights, actually. So the indicative construction cost, which includes contingencies and an allowance, has a construction cost of $333,000. We typically come in below that number because we bake in allowance monies for things like replacing any of the arms that might be damaged, brackets, wiring. While we have our contractors up in a bucket truck, old wiring they would take care of, things of that nature. Plus we build in a 10% overall contingency just to set up a project budget. And again, work with the town in case we had to tap into any of those contingencies and allowances. And many people do use the contingency money to actually add new lighting in their community. So that could also be an option for the town. I know the area fairly well. So I know some of those roads up there in that Springs and area and can be dark at night. So there might be a reason to add a light or two. You can certainly do that, and NIPA can handle all facets of that, work with the utility to energize any poles, et cetera. But we set up this budget and then work from that. NIPA does, have a cost recovery fee, and we do have to pay design and implementation contractors. So we kind of come up with a very conservative budget of $469,000. Then we look at the savings, and again, I'm doing this from my desktop. I haven't looked at your lighting in detail, and that'll be what the design guys do. But we're looking at conservatively $35,000 in energy savings. We factor in about a $20 per fixture per year maintenance savings to come up with the total project savings. It's important at this point for me to say, because somebody did ask about the warranty, we do offer a 10-year warranty on the materials, which is pretty good. And these things they last 20 to 25 years. They'll last even longer if you do a dimming schedule so that the diodes will last longer. accordingly. If you only use them at half capacity most of the time, and what have you. So again, so we basically come up with a payback term for the project, which includes the control nodes, of which add about $115 per fixture to have the ability to actually control them and them, et cetera, of a payback term of about 9 years. So if the town wanted to borrow money from a bank at 4% interest, you'd have a 12-year loan and you would have some positive cash flow at the end of that, at the end of every year. If you wanted to borrow money from NYPA right now, just so you know, the interest rates are more like 2.49%. So again, but I factor in a conservative 4% just to give the town a worst case, if you will, kind of outlook on the project. Sort of under promise, over deliver kind of thing. So we don't want the opposite to occur. And you know, people end up not being happy with the project. So we try to be very conservative. We're a public sector, we're a public entity, trying to provide transparent services to the public sector. So we're not looking to lowball a job and get change orders later, like maybe the private sector contractors might be looking to do. That's why we automatically build in contingencies and allowances and just sort of set up that budget number to start working off of and below in most cases. So just to talk a little bit about the shared services also, which is available. It's a state program through the New York State Department of State. I've already spoken to the rep from that program about the details of how you jump in and work and get that money. It's undersubscribed. There are monies available, and street lighting is one of the kind of no-brainer shared services to take on, and it's kind of really pointed to and highlighted in their shared services state plan. So this project is eligible for that. NYPA will help collaborate and coordinate with the town and the village, and in turn work with Suffolk County on getting this project into the shared services plan, which they have to do, and then that gets off to the Department of State. So we would work with that and help with any of the project details that needed to be included in developing that plan with the county. So NYPA is available to do that. So basically, if we go back, you would get 95% of the first year savings. And just to jump up, the project savings, from my estimate, is $50,000. So the town would end up getting 95% of that back as a grant as a result of this. And you can do that that's unencumbered kind of money. It just become a town revenue stream. You can use it to buy down a loan or what have you, but that would be town money. And we would work with the town and the village on helping secure that money. And I think, so just basically to wrap it up, the next steps with the town would include signing the authorization to proceed. We do have an existing, what we call a master cost recovery agreement in place with the town, which we've utilized with the town to do a couple other initiatives so far. So we merely need the authorization to proceed, and that will move the project into production, which the first step would be to set up a kickoff meeting with the NYPA project management team and the design engineer. So that's when we would really begin to delve into the details of your existing system and any kind of customized wants that the town, would like to see as part of their project in terms of adding lights, taking away lights, tweaking what's already up on a pole. Maybe it's not properly sized, too much light, not enough light, whatever, we would begin to, start those discussions, and then follow that up with some field visits by the design folks, who would basically schedule some time to go out on a night or two to do what we call photometrics and kind of look at the existing lighting that you have and kind of see how it's performing. And again, is it too much light, not enough, et cetera, so they could make some informed decisions and give you guys feedback on what their recommendations are. The design would then happen. A design report would be developed with for the town, and we would sit down with the town and review essentially on a very granular fixture by fixture level if the town wanted to, but they would have all the information on all the lights, the recommendations, reasons why we made those recommendations, and then an opportunity to cross-check and get feedback from you guys on those details. So basically, that's the process. Next step, getting that authorization to proceed in, so we could begin the assignment process to our design engineer. The project, essentially, from soup to nuts, could certainly, if the stuff was executed this month, I think we could have installs done before the next summer season. So we can be doing the design work throughout late summer, fall, and start installations in February timeframe, weather permitting, those timeframes. And the contractors, our contractor basically does about 20 to 25 lights per day. So, it's 8, if we combine it with the village, it's an 8 to 10 week installation project. So we could certainly be getting that done before Memorial Day, when all the fun and havoc begins. So we would, be on that kind of a timeline with the project. So at that, I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions for Jeff from board members?
Yeah, I have a couple, Jeff, and I know we've talked before, so thank you again for this presentation. So has Sag Harbor signed on yet, or is it imminent, or?
I think Sag Harbor is actually waiting for you, because they would want to make sure that the town's going forward so that they can get the shared services grants. So they're kind of waiting for the town to take the lead.
So I heard from their legal representative that the village board was supportive of this and
Right.
waiting.
So the number though that you gave us, the 469, almost 470,000, is without the shared services component being in it.
Correct. You guys should also be working with the clean energy communities, which LED street lighting is an action item. And off the top of my head, I don't know what grants are available, but there are grants available, and I'm sure Lauren has been in touch with the clean energy communities folks. So there could be $10,000–$20,000 available from them also. But we don't include that again in the proposals. That just helps the project later. But yeah. We don't directly control that money, so we feel like we shouldn't put it in the proposal, but we would certainly work on getting that.
So just for my visualization of this, so if we put in the proposal to put in the control nodes and the dimmability component for the streetlights, depending on where they are or what time of night it is, where is that control panel? Who's in charge? And does it sit somewhere in town hall? Does it sit somewhere with you guys? Where is it?
Yeah, well, the data will be stored. The data is stored in the cloud. There's on the top of every light, there's a little thing. It's kind of looks like a hockey puck. That would be the control node. That will talk through through a mesh network, I think it is. I'm not an expert on all this, on that, quite frankly. But the data goes to a central database where you'll be able to pull up on a screen every light in your town on a map, basically, and see at any given moment that all your lights are on. Somebody then can say, hey, I want to set up a subset of my lights for, I'm going to make up a name, Manning Street. And at 2 in the morning, we want those lights to turn off. Well, that can be programmed. NIPA and Phillips will train folks at the town. So as many people who the town wants to give the access to that system, that's fine. It's usually just a select few, so that people aren't, just playing around and raising and dimming lights when they feel like it. But that would be the town to have a few folks. Typically, it's like a DPW person, the town supervisor's designee, perhaps, to be the person who can control those lights.
Okay, thanks, Jeff.
And you don't have to buy them for every light if you didn't want to. There's some you just say, no, we're never going to control those. We're not interested in spending that extra incremental 115 on 200 of the lights. That's fine. Then you just do the ones that you want to control. The other lights could then just have, like what you have now, a photo cell that just turns the light on and off, based on, dawn and dusk. So, yeah.
So I know, just for everyone's knowledge or hear that we've talked, and I noticed that Councilman Lease brought it up, we have 729 poles, but there may be some poles that are not really useful at this point in time. So that might be less. You also mentioned that you could find it where we might need some. So
exactly.
That's also.
That number is basically an indicative number. You're only, let's say you only have 706 lights. Well, you're going to pay for 706. Okay. Let's say we get to, I think it was 739 that PSEG says, but let's say we get to 739 and we realize, oh, there's 11 more lights nobody knew about. Well, then the town would say, yeah, let's replace those too. So we would use, that's what we use the contingency money for. Or if there was a given area that's become more popular for whatever reason, and there's now a crosswalk, and you say, gee, we should really have a couple of lights there, we could add those. So it's very flexible.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask Lauren, is the 729, did we get that number from Severo? Because I know he had done extensive spreadsheets and for all of the lighting here in town.
Yeah, so the town had done a lighting inventory that showed, we actually have over 800 lights total. The 729 that Jeff's referring to are just the ones that haven't been converted to LEDs yet. And according to our Parks Department inventory, we have 131 that have been converted to LED. So we have some of our figures, it's changing, as our staff is upgrading lights that need to be upgraded. We are doing that slowly but surely whenever, their time allows. So, once we're ready to execute a project, get designers in here, what have you, we can make sure that we have the most up to the minute numbers of what lights we have done and what we haven't.
I mean, that'll be part of our work too. So, we'll be out there, our engineers will be out there. So, I mean, a lot of the PSEG information is wrong, quite frankly. And for better or worse, like what we learned in the town of Southampton is that all along they were getting charged for about 2,500 streetlights. And when we were all done with their project, they had 2,100. So they then went back to PSEG and said, gee whiz, you guys have been overbilling us for the electricity on 400 lights that don't exist. So, pay us back like $1 million or $2. So I don't know where that landed, but I know that the lawyers were having a grand old time doing that.
We had
But,
we had a
you'll
similar
know exactly what you
circumstance.
have.
We had a similar circumstance. We did an inventory and found that we were overcharged, and we got a settlement for the amount that they were overcharged.
Can I ask, this project with 729 fixtures, is that considered a large project, a small project, a medium project based on what you've done? I mean, this is a month worth of work if you're doing, 32 days, if you're doing, 20 to 25 fixtures a day, right? So
It's a relatively small project. Like I said, we've done even the ones on Long Island. Glen Cove was 1,800 lights, Long Beach 1,200, Malvern is similar to you. They're like 708. Port Jefferson was 1,200, but then we go up to Albany and they're 12,000 lights. Rochester's 25,000 lights. Buffalo is 40,000 lights. So but then I've done a lot of projects up in my territory. It strays up into the lower Hudson Valley, and we've done projects for 50 to 200 lights. So kind of anything. But yours, I say, would be on the sort of small side of medium sized. Yeah.
I have a couple of questions here. Lauren, did this include the county and state roads, or this is just town property?
These are all town-owned streetlights, and some of them are on like 27 and some counties. They're all town-owned streetlights.
And there's a 10-year warranty on the service that we're installing, but then you're offering, I think it was your facilities maintenance service contracts, which would be about $31,000 a year if we took that on, which it has to be a budgeted line. What does that include? Does that go after the 10 years or during the 10 years?
Well, it depends on what would happen with a light that went out. If it was, hit by lightning or a truck hit it, obviously wouldn't be covered under warranty. But if it was just 2 years from now, a light failed, then it's covered under warranty. The labor warranty is only for a year. Typically, if something wasn't installed properly, it doesn't turn on that night, which is very, very rare. But the labor would be for a year. But the easiest way is just to have them under maintenance with us. We would set up you guys having an inventory, like a warehouse stock, so that if a light went out, we would be able to just go to your warehouse somewhere, pick up a light, pop it in, and then the other one, the bad one, would be sent back to Philips. So you would get a replacement light to put back in your warehouse stock. So we would never fall short and have to order a light that might take 6 weeks to arrive. So
understood. And so just trying to spec it out at 729, looks like the unit price, maybe after the initial grant, is about $575 a unit, which ends up, could look at, being a little bit expensive initially, but knowing that the payout period is under 10 years, I think that's good value there, for two factors, not just energy consumption saving, trying to get us to our goals for the town, but also public safety then too, in which if you're coming out with your engineers to do photometrics, I don't know if we've ever had that done before, in which we can find out if it's the right lumen, right wash of light for the actual intersection then too.
Right.
So there could be a lot of positivities to have the engineering aspect finally done, which might not have ever been done out here also.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm supportive of continuing looking into this.
it sounds like a lot of decisions that have to be made though, right? So how would we do that? Like, so now we've got 729 new fixtures, and how do we decide what's going to be dimmable, what's not? Is there a?
Well, you're kind of relying on our engineer of record to make those recommendations with your feedback, but in essence, they're going to design to RP 38, I think it is. It's a standard that they're going to design to, and they're going to want to check and sample areas with the photometrics just to see where you have. Another contractor might come in and say, oh, look, you have 150 watters, put in 72 watt LEDs and call it a day. Well, maybe that 150 watt is wrong from the get-go. So we want to kind of discover that and say, gee, at this intersection, code would call for 120 watt LED or vice versa. So we're going to get into that detail with you. And basically, the design engineer is going to be making those recommendations. And if the town says, oh, we only want 10 watters everywhere, well, then the design engineer is going to push back and say, you're going to set yourself up for a very disastrous situation. And you need to put that in writing that you're authorizing me to go against design standards. So we're really, we're relying on these folks to do this for us. So, you should.
So I think you heard the word earlier, Jeff, that talked Gloria Frise, thank you, that said, there are some environmental concerns out here for lighting. So we would just want that taken into account. Maybe other communities don't have that. And, there are street lights that are not along the beach, but could be, visible from the beach that they might want to consider lower wattage or dimmable at certain times. So,
and even shielding as well, like I think it was kind of islip. We did a park right on the water, East Marina Park, several years ago. We put lights on a ball field, and they wanted to make sure that those lights wouldn't be pushing light and affecting people navigating on the Great South Bay. So shielding is always an option as well.
So Jeff, do you have you experienced or do you anticipate experience any pandemic related supply chain disruption with the materials or increased costs? Do you see anything that's affecting the cost of the lighting?
No, we have not. We've been lucky in that regard, and Phillips has been able to keep up with the demand. For like I said, we've done about 250,000. It typically, when the design is approved by the town, that would mean we know exactly we're going to buy 730 some odd lights. We know exactly what the wattages would be. That's when they'll make the order, and that takes about 6 to 8 weeks. So that's what I'm thinking. If we started the design work, let's say in September, it would take about 3 months. We would have you guys a design report by December. We agree on everything. Materials ultimately then get ordered and land probably late February kind of mindset, which is when we would do the installs, March, April, May kind of thing. But so it does take about 6 to 10 weeks to get the materials delivered to a location on town property where we could put them in a trailer, or if you had a warehouse, whatever would work. Put the materials. I'd say out of my projects, 19 out of 20 have been large enough where we had containers put on site for the materials to be stored in a location where contractors could come every morning, grab what they need, do whatever unpacking they have and stuff before they actually went out and started doing the installs.
Any other questions for Jeff or Lauren or Jean-Paul? Great. Thank you all so much. Appreciate the presentation. And the board will.
Not a problem. I did see something in the chat. I don't know if that, okay. Old news. Okay. Anyhow, I appreciate the opportunity. Hope to be working with you guys. And if anybody has any further questions, funnel them over to Lauren. I'm happy to hop on a call or what have you. In the next couple of weeks, that would be helpful.
Thanks, Jeff.
In case there's questions.
I'm sorry?
Should we stay on in case there's questions?
Any in the
I'm not
audience?
taking any questions. We're moving on to the next agenda item. Thanks.
All right,
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Take care.
At this point, we're a little over 2 hours into the meeting. We still have a number of agenda items to get to. I'd like to move on now to pool houses, accessory building legislation discussion. We have our senior attorney, Nancy Linfield, here to walk us through the latest iteration. And you know, there were at least 2 other work sessions. Was it maybe even 3?
We actually had a public hearing on this. So if you don't mind, I won't walk you through it other than to say during the public hearing, the only issue that came up that brought up some comments that might be considered somewhat critical of it were a question about whether or not the references to conditioned space should be in here or if it should be in HERS legislation that's being considered. So before the transcript posts and this is ready to be adopted, I thought it was a good time to come back and kind of give options and get directions from the board, because we really have, you know, as I see it, 3 ways to go with this. The language you have in front of you is what was noticed for the public hearing. It could be adopted with that language in there. And if there were a need to revisit that in the context of the HERS legislation, we could modify that at that point, or we could remove this language from the legislation and still go forward because it doesn't affect the intent and we wouldn't need to do another public hearing. And then when the HERS legislation is done, I can work with Lauren about preserving the intent of this in that legislation. And then the third thing is if you wanted to start all over again, but I'm kind of not leaning towards that option.
That would be your recommendation.
That would not be my recommendation, but since it is an option, it's only fair to say that that is another, we can go back to the drawing board and start over. So I just need some direction because once this posts, I want to be able to be prepared to give it to the board as a resolution to adopt if that's what the board's ready to do.
When the discussion of conditioned space first came up, I was a little bit concerned, as I said, about the impact to an accessory structure where you may want to have climate control in order to address whatever you're storing there, keep it preserved. And then what was brought up in the hearing by a number of builders was that with HERS and other advances in energy efficiency, that we're no longer having unconditioned attic space, that in order to meet building codes, you now have to have conditioned attic space. And this would seem to basically pave the way for an attic to be considered habitable space. Right. So it's contradictory to the intent of the code and to our efforts to have better energy efficiency throughout the building industry. So my personal recommendation, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, we can go around and get comments, is that we strike this from the legislation.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we're looking at the stretch code and redoing or adopting something along the stretch code lines, which talks about the HERS rating, so we can discuss it at that point in time. And I don't think we have a definition in the code. Would that?
Well, we don't have a definition in the code, and it could be included in the HERS legislation, which would be a more appropriate place to put it.
So I think that's why I would probably suggest that.
And if it went in there, you'd distinguish where you conditioned an attic space, not for purposes of habitability.
That would be in the HERS legislation. We could put it in there and make it clear that in order to maximize the HERS, if it needed to be there, without putting in there an implication that somehow you're allowing individuals to create more dwelling space than our code allows just by conditioning it. So there's a way to do it, articulate something so that conditioned space it can be maximized for the purposes of HERS without creating a way for people to add an additional density to their property that would be adverse to the intent of the code.
What's the timing on that?
Lauren is, she left. Lauren is doing the HERS, but I can reach out to her and ask her where she's at and how I can assist her with that.
Maybe we should adopt them at the same time then.
Well, this would come out of here and only be in there. Okay. That would be the point, would be to take it out of this so that the HERS could be lead the way on that, since it seems to be where it's more sensitive.
And then would you reference it in this?
You wouldn't need to reference it in this because any of the references that we were talking about could be, because habitable space is already defined, and we just wouldn't change that in our current code. So floor area and habitable or livable space is already defined.
So you would not add a conditioned space that was consistent with.
Yeah, in that, if the intent to make sure and when we're defining conditioned space, you can, in that definition, you can make clear that what your intent is.
So just so I'm clear, what you handed out to us at the start of the meeting where you've highlighted text, or that's what you're suggesting we drop?
Right, and in fact, the whole section on floor area, habitable or livable, that need not be in there at all, because we wouldn't be making any changes to that section. So what would be given to you for adoption would be everything else in here with the changes that were discussed at the hearing, with the removal of the areas where it's highlighted.
So just for the public, because we don't have this draft, so it'd be section 1, removed for floor area, habitable and livable, and then section 3D, where we're discussing about habitable,
It's the second half of that new paragraph D.
Yeah.
Correct.
I support that too.
Okay. All right, so when that's ready, and the because that was one that we're still doing on the remote, so when that transcript posts, and we'll go ahead with it.
Okay, I was gonna say, so when can it be on?
I will check on that later on today, and once we know, we'll get it on a schedule.
All right, thank you, Nancy Lynn.
Thank you.
That brings us up to our first management plan discussion, and we have Gold Dart Preserve Management Plan, and Rick Whale is here, Chair of the Nature Preserve Committee that's prepared this plan and the ones that follows. Welcome, Rick.
Okay, good afternoon. So I'm Richard Whalen, Chairman of the Nature Preserve Committee. I'd like to remind everyone that there are 11 members of the committee, and by and large, the people on the committee, put a lot of time and energy into and thought into what you find in these management plans. We don't do management plans of all the land that the town owns, whether by nature reserve or was acquired through CPF, but there are certain properties that seem to, for whatever their characteristics are, that really kind of require a site-specific analysis. And so Gold Dart Pond, this is a total of, let me just check, it was 4 lots. This is I consider really a really very interesting piece of property. It was 4 lots in the Bell Estate subdivision, which was a subdivision on the west side of Old Stone Highway in Amagansett that was developed in 1979. And it was around, I think it was around 235 acres, something like that. I still remember actually when the roads were being cut in before they were paved. Beautiful, beautiful woodland, a lot of beach. American beach is found there, very rolling terrain. It's really the eastern part of Stony Hill. And the idea that we've actually recovered 4 lots, essentially almost 9 acres of land that was subdivided, would have been house lots. And in fact, there actually was a house on one of the lots and now made it into a town preserve. First of all, that in itself, I think, is kind of unusual and remarkable. The other thing is that on 2 of the lots, straddling 2 of the lots, including the one that did have a house, was owned by the Gold Dart family, hence the name of the preserve here, there was built a 33,000 square foot man-made pond. It had been a natural kettle hole. I don't remember the kettle hole. I don't remember driving down there before, and so I don't remember what it looked like before, but it was shortly after the subdivision. So the pond dates, I think, to the early 1980s. They used a plastic liner to freight it, but it's held up very, very, very well over the years, and including since the town has acquired it. We're not supplementing it with water or anything like that. It's just a natural hollow that is now lined. So the pond, I won't go into details, but the pond has actually attracted some interesting wildlife, in the vicinity. It's, as you can see from the photographs that we attached to the appendix, it's a really, really beautiful piece of property. Man-made pond or not, it's very beautiful. So the idea here is, it is 8.7 acres, and the pond is a portion of the property. There is woodland that extends out behind it, behind it. The idea, of course, is to maintain it in essentially it's a passive state. There is a, sort of a picnic area that is accessible by the remains of the driveway that once served the Goldard House. That's actually been closed down for most of the last year to protect wildlife at the moment. But, should that ever the opportunity arise, that it's, there's a nice place for, you can sit, if you, want to sit at a picnic table, look over the pond. It's a very, very, very picturesque property. So, we do envision that people, I mean, we're not proposing the town stock it with fish or anything like that, but apparently there are some fish in the pond. I've heard of people fishing there. I haven't heard anyone's caught anything sizable. So maybe they just like being there casting a line, but who knows? Really nothing too extraordinary other than I said there was some unique wildlife now hanging out in the vicinity. So, do you have any other questions about the plan?
I don't have any. I just think you said it was a rather unique situation.
Right.
It was one of the earlier properties that we acquired with the structure already on it. Removed the structure and restored it. And now we've done that a number of times on coastal areas, marshland, other places where houses may not have been appropriate originally. And I think given the wildlife taking up residence there was affirmation that our efforts are being well
Came in right after the house was done.
Yes. I think that's pretty remarkable. We want to see that happen, in other locations as well.
Rick, just myself as liaison to the Nature Preserve Committee, the thought and detail that went into this one and all the management plans is great. The back and forth of all the members from the diverse group that's there was great on this one. But just to my sentiments, exactly what the supervisor said. This is over the Stony Hill Aquifer. That's what the board was looking at initially. But this perhaps is one of my favorite CPF purchases because the affirmation of Mother Nature coming back and saying, well done, by the wildlife that have taken root there is actually quite wonderful.
Well, you've also purchased, and some land, some lots, undeveloped lots in Bell State Section 2, which is the eastern side of Old Stone Highway. I think about 16 acres ultimately. I think you've acquired some of them now, and I think we're getting the remainder of them in the next of a year or two.
Right. There are a couple other Bell State lots that we're looking at.
So it's
scheduled for public hearing on Thursday.
That's right. So it's kind of, we're actually recapturing some land that 20, 30, 40 years ago we thought was gone. And it still has, as we've indicated, still has great natural value, and I'm glad we're able to preserve it.
Well, and you mentioned in here about the bald eagle nest that was spotted in 2020. And early in the pandemic, we had a friend who lives in that area. It was his birthday, 50th birthday. And we had, the cars lined up with the signs. And then after that, everybody took turns to go over because they wanted to go like one car at a time to try to,
We're trying to not attract too much attention to the nest, but it's there. Okay. Are you going to have comments on that? And do you want me to address
anyone who wishes to comment?
the plane?
You can just stay right up.
Okay.
We'll move right on to the next motion plan, which is the Amagansett Plains Management Plan, that property otherwise known as 555.
Rick, if you don't mind, I'll just tee this up to as a liaison. So the subject property at 555 now looking in the Amagansett Plains, the subject property was acquired by the town of East Hampton in 2014. The purchase price was $10.15 million over about 18.88 acres. Then to the stated reasons for acquisition at that time: preservation of agricultural, open space, and recreation. Combination the residence and horse barn was formerly on the property, were demolished in 2018. This has been discussed in the community for multiple years. The community requested the town board. I was the liaison at the time, the Amagansett CAC, to look at this property to see exactly what can be done on the property within the character of the community, since there had been other special events that are occurring on the property. The decision at the time was to not overhaul the whole entire CPF it's the CPF code to allow for a broad look at it, but go into a specific management plan for this one property. That then went to the Nature Preserve Committee. They've been working diligently over the last year and a half, maybe, on this property. We've had public input and individuals from the outside community attend these meetings in person initially, and then virtually also. That would include members of Amagansett community members. Some of them are the CAC members, Cornell Cooperative Extension, soil and minerals experts. I believe that Mina Van Gaal had weighed into this at some points. Ms. Van Sickle that discussed soil abatement, I believe. Amendment. Thank you, sir. And such. So there's been great outside input into this management plan, along with the specialty detailing from the 11 members of the Nature Preserve Committee. So with that leading up to it, thank you, Ben.
Thank you, David. As David said, first of all, this management plan was over a year's worth of work for the committee. It's the kind of property where I think, you would really expect that management plan would be necessary because there are so many possibilities and, so many competing interests or concerns regarding the property. The essence of, first of all, I'd like to address the name of the property. So 555 was the name given by a would-be developer of the property. We discussed an alternative name, and it was, I guess I would say it was my suggestion, Amagansett Plains. Amagansett was largely open land from shortly after its settlement in the late 1600s. And there are parts of Amagansett that have the word plains in them. The Indian Wells Plains, or the Indian Wells Plain, is essentially where the lanes of Amagansett are today. That was once mostly farmland. To the east of that was the Edwards Plain. So using the term plains in the preserved name seemed suitable. Adjoining this to the west is a affordable housing development, which we called Gansett Meadows. So we couldn't really call it Amagansett Meadows. That really wouldn't make sense. So Amagansett Plains, and hopefully that name takes over and eventually people forget 555. The background, kind of the history of this property, people don't realize, unless you've been here a very long time, how many times this property has actually been before the town and the town board. Originally it was zoned when the town first had zoning in 1957. The property was being farmed up until about that time. It was around 1960 or so that the cultivation of the property seems to have ceased. But under zoning, the town originally had the property zoned neighborhood business. I'm sorry, we didn't have neighborhood business. Retail business was the zoning designation at the time, RB. In the 1970s and again in the 1980s, different developers came forward to propose relatively high density housing projects on the property. First was a mix of senior citizen and family housing. Then in the 1980s, there was a moderate income proposal. We're talking over 100 units or so on the property. The Principe family acquired the property in the 1990s. By that point in time, this is kind of important in the acquisition of the property. After farming ceased, the land began to grow over in cedar trees. And if you were around here in the mid 1990s and you drove by in the Montauk Highway, it was just a forest of cedar trees. It was really Rick Principe, once he acquired the property, he took all the cedar trees down and opened up the view. And then everybody said, wow, actually, this is kind of scenic land here. So some credit, I think, has to be given to Rick Principe because he kind of opened it up and restored, the original character of the land, which again, until the 1960s was open farmland. And today, both from the Montauk Highway and even from behind, if you're driving up on Abraham's Landing Road and looking down toward the ocean, this is in your view shed. So it's a very, very, very scenic parcel of land. That's really what the Nature Preserve Committee emphasized that we protected for. For scenic value is kind of a grassland, a native grassland preserve. And that's what the committee recommends primarily the land be used for. Now, as was discussed earlier by some members of the public, the management plan does acknowledge that since the town acquired the property in 2014, there have been these various community events that have been allowed by the town board to be held there. And I'm just going to quote from that part of the management plan just so everyone can hear it. What the committee said in the report in the management plan is the Nature Preserve Committee supports continued limited, that was emphasized, limited use of the preserve for public community events such as the Soldier Ride and an East Hampton library benefit. So long as such events are infrequent, and in parentheses, not more than 3 to 5 total events per year, and do not change the essential character of the property as an open field or grassland. The locus for these types of activities should be the northwesterly corner of the property, where the soils have already been heavily disturbed, or if necessary, and this is really for parking, the southerly part of the preserve between the Montauk Highway and the south side of the multi-user pathway loop. That's part of the gravel road that exists on the property right now. Community events should not as emphasized, utilize the central grassland area, which is the heart of the preserve. And this is something that one of the speakers earlier adverted to avoid compacting soils and destroying native grasslands or wildflowers. Only events which would benefit local organizations and charities should be allowed to use the Amagansett Plains Preserve. In addition, parking for community events should be limited to the periphery of the property, including, if necessary, the front center area of the parcel as described in the preceding paragraph. The management plan emphasizes that no parking should be permitted in the central meadow areas for visual or scenic reasons and in order to avoid the compaction of soil and damage to the grassland vegetation. So what the committee envisions and what is in the proposed management plan is essentially that the majority of the property be protected for scenic and grassland, native values. We do acknowledge that it's okay in the committee's opinion if the town board has a limited use of the property, limited in terms of both the number of events and the total number of days in the year for these kind of community events that have been allowed, such as the Soldier Ride. We're recommending minimal improvement to there is an existing gravel roadway that Rick Principe put on the property. It's kind of a Y. We recommend that be closed around so that be kind of a continuous walking loop. You could walk and you could walk your dog, you could ride a bike if you want to. Basically sort of a passive recreational activity. We did include the possibility of community supported agriculture, either at the easterly side of the property near Bunker Hill Road, or possibly the left front of the property, which is kind of screened by cedar trees, but is near the adjacent service station to the west of the property. That's something the town board, we think it's appropriate to consider. We would not want to put that kind of community agriculture within the center of the grassland part of the parcel. And whether that works or not, you can try it out. You can see whether or not there are enough people who have enough interest to make a go of it. Someone spoke earlier about some of the things that are required to support community agriculture. It's not, just flick your hands. There's a lot that goes into it, and people have to put in the time and work if they want to make it work. There were a couple of other kind of ancillary uses. First of all, the property is used on occasion for medevac purposes. We don't see any conflict with the essential character of the property doing that. Medevac helicopters, I've seen them take off a couple of times myself. They tend to be in the kind of front center of the property if they use it for helicopters. There's existing driveway access from the Montauk Highway, which is perfectly suitable. One thing you would probably have to do in the long term, we don't want vehicles to access anything other than the parking area in the northwesterly corner of the property. So you'll have to figure out some kind of a barrier to prevent the vehicles from going and driving around on the eastern and central parts of the property. But that's it. I mean, the idea is to maintain it primarily for its passive and scenic values. We think that's the best overall use of the property going forward, and that maintains its, the aesthetic values that are associated with the property right now are best preserved by doing that. So if there are any questions.
Can you just show me the event space here? I think I know it, but the colors are a little. Is it here?
Well, parking, if you really needed a lot of parking, you could park up in front again, only when you're having these events, but primarily we would want it to be in the northwestern area, wherever and I haven't been to one of these events, but one, whatever, wherever the people are congregating, we would want to put it over there.
So are you saying that you
Northwest.
wouldn't want it when you say the central area, you wouldn't want it inside of that circular?
Right, not inside that loop, not inside the loop road. And the other thing to bear in mind too, in terms of, I don't think you've had even the benefit for the library. I don't think these things go on too late at night. You do have to bear in mind that there is now, there's an affordable housing, apartment site immediately to the west of the property. So, you wouldn't want things going on too late into the evening hours. But, those are, so yeah, the northwesterly corner of the property, Jeff, is where we were
So
envisioning.
is this mislabeled because there's an event space area regularly mowed? It looks like it's that. Am I wrong on that, or is that the color garden? The colors are a little wrong.
Yeah,
I can show you.
I think what they're trying to show there, that's the alternate garden location. In
Okay.
other words,
So this is where you're talking.
Yes,
about.
yes, that's-
You said parking possibly.
yeah, if there was community supported agriculture, we either go north of that that's near Bunker Hill Road, or at the southwest of the corner of the property, which is near the B&B Auto site.
Thank you.
The fence.
There is an existing fence on the property. We did recommend that. In fact, it's on the cover photograph. Yes, that also goes back to reprints these days. So we recommended that be maintained in place. We don't really favor at this time the fence at the back of the property adjoining the railroad tracks. That did come up, but it just seems like further work and kind of a further visual impediment, not really needed right now. But we do recommend that you maintain the fencing in the front.
And did you also recommend on the west side, we put up a fence?
I think so as well. Just what we said about fencing.
I think there's one still there. I think Amagansett Meadows replaced that recently.
No, the one that's right next to the gas station. I've noticed that they're parking cars under those cedar trees.
And you do have to try to make sure that the property's not encroached upon, because it's easy for that.
I
to
would
happen.
recommend putting
I
the
thought
fence.
we did actually say something about that.
I think there is a fence. It's not the black one. It's more of a.
Yes, and we did on page 10.
But now we can look at that. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
The town should install fencing along the westerly property line.
yeah, because there isn't any right
No,
there
no.
against.
And as I said, the multi-user, we recommend a multi-user pathway, basically. So there are there's an existing gravel roadway, kind of splits in a Y, and goes to the northeasterly corner of the property, I guess you'd say, near Bunker Hill Road. But you probably need to fold that back or continue that back around so that somebody wants to go for a walk or something can actually do a loop and stay off the on a better surface. But most of that is already there. It's already gravel. So there's not a lot of improvements that would be necessary. Again, if somebody wants to do agriculture, organized to do that, they're going to have to presumably work out something where they did whatever they needed to do to make it function.
what is the recommendation for all pathways to be ADA compliant?
Yeah, pathway surfacing. Right now, we have gravel. Whether or not that will work long term, we don't know. We do recommend that the pathways all be ADA compliant. So a person in a wheelchair or a walker should be able to traverse those.
There's a rather unusual feature on the property, that sunken rectangle, which I think was originally intended to be a riding area.
That's what I.
Well, I mean, I represented Rick Principe at the time, so it was, I thought it was a clever idea. I think his intention seemed to be mostly was he wanted to put his vehicles out of sight. And it works. It's pretty deep. So if you
I didn't realize you could park a vehicle there until I saw the aerial.
Yeah.
The aerial, they've got.
The only problem is like the driveway going down into it is a little, not very stabilized, but.
It looks like you could actually park a large number of vehicles down
You
there.
could
I
have.
didn't even see it.
And I didn't emphasize that, but we did suggest that is a portion of the property where, we're not recommending active recreation on the property. Okay, that was something that was talked about at length. The town has had its own study as to where the best place to put ball fields are and so forth. And, you're kind of centralizing your active recreational facilities elsewhere in the town. So we did not think this was the appropriate site for it. Having said that, if kids want to go down and play, the idea of using that burrow, as we call it, as a kind of out of sight area for playing ball or some kind of sports or
Burrow
recreational
or
activities.
borrow? Because I think it's spelled borrow, B-O-R-R.
Yeah, put down burrow with a U.
All right.
Like a borrow pit, a borrow.
So I was like, okay, is it really an inclined area on the golf course that you need to compensate for, or certainly not borrowing money? So.
Right. But I do think it's kind of, would be a neat place to have some sort of, recreational activity down there. It's kind of
I mean,
cool.
if it's suitable for parking and it's already dessert.
It's already there.
And you can park a lot of vehicles there. Maybe we should consider it for that. The other thing that I thought of was that for community gardening, sometimes that requires, like a little tool shed and other fencing and all sorts of, stakes and whatnot. So the visual aspect of that would be hidden if you made that the community garden, it wouldn't be visible from the roadway.
Yeah, I mean, you don't.
Deal with deer fencing without it being an obstruction of the vista.
From the road, you don't even realize it's there, which shows how effective it is in terms of, if you want to camouflage things or hide them. Because there were, I will say, there were a couple members on the committee who actually were advocating filling it in. I was not one of those people. I think it's there, and I think you should try to find a clever way to use the burrow bit.
So there's a fence around it. Is that?
Not just just kind of a wooden fence. I think, are there?
Doesn't look in good shape, or is it just?
It's not.
Parts of it are not in good shape, yeah. The main thing is that there's a driveway that goes down to it, and that's a little eroded. You'd have to fix that. But, you could do that, and you could drive down there.
Do you know how many vehicles could reasonably park in that area?
I think I calculated at one point, at least conservatively, at least 20. I think you could probably get at least 20.
You have an aerial that shows 5. and
Five
it takes
right
up a
there.
very small number of the.
I think more than
20
5.
on a side,
Probably.
and then, so that could be 40, and I don't know if there's enough room in the middle, but.
Yeah, I mean, you do have slopes, obviously, here on the sides, you do flat area, but anyway, it's an interesting feature of the property.
Rick, what I wanted to say is, again, to the Nature Preserve Committee and the members of that and the community members that gave input over the year and a half that it took for this to get to the town board level. We got it to the town board. It's within the town code that when the Nature Preserve Committee gives a management plan, the town board has to openly discuss it within 60 calendar days. We've done that. And I just appreciate the diligence that the Nature Preserve Committee did in moving this forward, along with all their other work then too, because it's not the
Yeah,
only thing.
I think the
that's been on
committee
their
members did a
agenda.
great job. Okay.
Thank you very much, Rick. We'll move on to our next agenda item.
And can I just go back for a second? Because I am concerned about the number of events, the 3 to 5. I'd like to, and I think if you did all of them during the summer season, it would be a burden. So I don't know if we want to put guidelines in here, or if we let the event committee look at it and decide that. But there should be something that says to the event committee what they should be looking at, so that.
Well, I agree. And as a general policy, I know that we have tried to push events as much as possible up to the shoulder seasons and limit them in season. And in other cases, we've limited properties to no more than one special event in the month of June, July, or August.
And I could say that might already be booked, the Soldier Ride and the library usually in August, if I recall. So you've got
something
July
we
and August.
Consider
But I would.
limiting in-season events to, one per month.
One per month, and perhaps limiting it to 3, so that you just have one per month. But, I think that's going to be important for particularly for Amagansett. I think that's important, that they don't have a whole cluster of things happening, which could happen, and we need to spell that out.
I'd still stand on, I'd rather see us honor the commitment that Larry Cantwell made to Amagansett, that the only event would be Soldier Ride, and I don't see a need to enumerate a number of events here. I think it's kind of opening a door that we don't want to open. It's passive recreation. I think Soldier Ride is a big enough traditional event, and that's all it should be.
Okay, anybody else before we move on? All right, next up, we have emergency communications update. We have our communications expert, Eddie Snell. Hello, Eddie. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Presentation up here. We also have with us Eric Shantz, our Assistant Planning Director.
All right, so giving an update on emergency communications, just a quick little background. 2017, the town funded money and started the project with Motorola, among other contractors, to replace the system that had been in service since 1998. There's 5 sites in that original system. They're in Montauk, Noyak, Panago here at Town Hall, Queenscott, and Amagansett. To date, the town's bonded $11.1 million for the project. System is used primarily by East Hampton Town Police, East Hampton and Sag Harbor Village Police Departments, East Hampton and Amagansett, Montauk Springs, and Sag Harbor Fire Departments, and also most of the smaller government agencies in the towns and villages, like senior transportation, code enforcement, etc. Instead of them having their own system for themselves, we all share. The current status of that original project, the original 5 sites are on the air and operational. Most of the police and fire radios have been moved over to the new system. And the new system is providing the same coverage as the old system, but we do have a great increase in capacity and system reliability. As a lot of people have seen, the new tower in Montauk is up. We're waiting on PSEG to finish connecting power to it before it's actually useful to us, but we are operating on the existing tower at that site. So this shows the coverage of the public safety communication system within the town with the current 5 sites. Anywhere there's green, there's good coverage. Blue is marginal, and if there's no coverage over it, good luck, you've got nothing. So as you can see, over a lot of Montauk, especially towards the point and around the harbor, has absolutely nothing. And in Springs is mostly a blue color. So we do need additional sites to fill in coverage to cover the entire town. We've identified 3 more sites to do that. This is a little more higher resolution, so there's more dark blues shown in this versus the last picture. But the additional sites do fill in a lot of the populated areas that we're currently missing. So those sites, the first one's the Gator site. It's off East Lake Drive in Montauk. It's a joint project with Suffolk County Police and East Hampton Town Police because it is on a county parcel. Everything's bought, delivered. We're just waiting for final construction to start. Just some background on that. There's 2 88-foot wooden poles there that are being taken down and replaced with 2 85-foot metal poles. They're going to be painted brown. The 2 poles circled with the blue there are the 2 poles that are going to be replaced. There's always been concerns on this site about ospreys and bald eagles. They do not nest on these poles. They nest at this pole all the way far north, and this pole down here all the way far south. These poles haven't had any nests on them. This is the coverage that's provided just by the Gator site, and it fills in all of the harbor area. It also provides some overlap from the existing Montauk site. It fills the entirety of East Lake Drive, most of the Montauk County parkland. Still kind of lacking over by the lighthouse, but there's just terrain obstacles there that there's not much we can do. We do have some plans to try and fill that at a later date, but that's still in progress. The next site is the Northwest Brush Dump. It's a 185-foot monopole that was recently constructed by AT&T at Old Northwest Road and Cedar Street. The town's going to occupy the top 25 feet of the tower, and we'll have an equipment and generator on the ground. It's an aerial view of the tower. You can see the top piece there is bare, and that's where the town equipment will mount. This is the coverage provided by Northwest. You can see it does quite good. It's a little sketchy up towards the Cedar Point Park. But again, it's just topography, and I don't know a bulldozer, so I can't fix that one. So then finally in Springs, so the town owns about 6.9 acres of property, including paper roadways. It's bounded by Crandall Street, Lincoln Avenue, Norfolk Street, and Fort Pond Boulevard. You have a proposal to construct an approximately 100-foot temporary monopole or cow cell on wheels to provide both emergency communications and cellular service from at least 2 providers, while a 185-foot permanent tower can go through design and actually be built, because that'll take some time doing soil borings and engineering. So the cow will give us a more immediate provide service more immediately. To accomplish this, we're going to cover emergency communications equipment in a non-simulcast site, and we're going to feed it with a fiber optic connection, which has ridiculous monthly costs, but lets us get it up and running quickly, because to get point-to-point backhaul of that site at 100 feet, especially from a ballasted tower, which is not as structurally sound as a permanent one, is impossible.
Excuse me, can you just translate what you just said?
So normally our sites are simulcast, which means every site in the system is outputting the same exact thing on the same frequencies. So they all mesh together, and it doesn't matter where you are. It's not that you're talking to this site or that site, you're talking to the system. The system that we have can have non-simulcast sites added to it, and they'll operate on a separate set of frequencies, but the radio automatically knows that, okay, I see this site better, I'm going to talk to that, and everything's routed by the core, so that everybody can talk to everybody like normal. The user doesn't know. But what that lets us do is we can get some additional frequencies or reuse what we have, and provide service quickly with this. And we can pay either Verizon or Altice Lightpath for a fiber optic connection for $2,500 a month. And we can get that up and running fast.
So this is on a temporary basis, but the new taller pole would not be run like this?
No, once the taller pulls up, it would be a full simulcast site with point-to-point backhaul that we own, so we're not paying monthly for it.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
So the permanent tower design, we're going to mimic that of the Northwest brush dump. So it's, again, 185 feet, and the town would occupy the same top 25 feet. And there will be room on that for 4 cellular providers below the town. And the site would meet all the full zone requirements for future cellular providers, and we've got a graphic for that. This is the overview of the site. The blue square in the middle is approximately 100 by 100 feet, which is all the site should really need. This dog-legged is the proposed access road. We put a bend in it, so that unlike the site at Northwest, you don't have somewhere on the road where you're looking straight into the tower and you can see everything that's up there. So this should, if you look down the road, you're going to see trees unless you actually go up the road to the tower.
Eddie, can I ask you a question? Because I sent this presentation out to the Spring CAC and also to some neighbors that had written in back in the spring when the area was surveyed and flagged. And one of the questions that came back is they were interested in knowing what areas would be fenced.
Just the 100 by 100 box.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, we wouldn't have any fencing on the road, and all the utilities should be underground. So really from the street, you should see nothing at the ground level, other than the fact there's it'll probably be a dirt road with a little bit of gravel inside of it. I found that these things, you dump as much money as you can in these things up front, and the road washes out in a year anyway, so.
And this is, this area over here, I live in this neighborhood. Was it one point, was it a brush dump of some sort, or what were you hearing?
I've heard it was a sand pit.
Sand pit?
Yeah, the eastern side of the property here, where the trees are kind of a different shape, there's a large depression still in that area, which is why we're kind of off to the left of center of the property, because we're kind of right on the edge of where it starts
Because I
to.
know the kids
yeah.
used to go in there and do paintball and whatnot.
Yeah, there's a lot of dirt bike tracks back there.
Yeah.
How many neighbors are around that? How many homes are there?
I mean, I don't know directly. I mean, directly to the
Within
one
what
parcel.
distance, Jeff?
Yeah, well, let me get to the concentric circles. Is that, yeah, there it is there.
I could give you a count while you're doing the rest of the presentation.
So this is these concentric circles sort of fall zone of the tower. The inner ring of 4 is the single height fall zone, and the outer ring of 4 is the double height. So a single height fall zone on this property, everything fits with on town property. And double height, the black line is town's equipment, which doesn't actually fall under the fall zone in the town code is based on personal wireless service facilities, which the town is not. So that would be the blue one. And some more, once we know the actual firm stake in the ground where the tower is going to be, we can confirm this. But from the quick math here, it looks like there's no actual structures within this double height fall zone of the tower.
The double height is 180 feet?
370.
Oh, 370, okay. I see.
But
That's a pretty big tower.
The single height is fully within town property.
And the single height is?
185.
185. I thought that was the double height. So it's a big tower.
Yeah, the actual structure itself.
Do we have any intention of notifying the neighbors before we like settle on this and move on? I know that we were talking about this location for cell phone coverage. Now it's kind of melded into the emergency radio system.
Actually, it's
No.
just the opposite,
Yeah.
Jeff.
Well, we've talked about it for cell coverage.
For emergency
both.
communications and cell service,
Well,
but we need to, we need
Initially,
it.
we looked at it for emergency.
Well, maybe way back when, but our recent discussions have been on cell phone and now it's merged back in.
So we've been talking about it for a little while publicly, and, you know, Kathy's had conversations at her CAC. It's been covered in the press, I believe. We're having a work session today discussing it publicly. This is live and it'll be rebroadcast. So yeah, there's a process that we go through. We will have to have resolutions to approve. There will be, I think on the permanent tower, we'll certainly be requesting comments from the planning board. Planning department's been involved today.
Any
That's-
formal notice to the neighbors?
we don't generally do that, Jeff. On any projects, we don't send a notice of a project to adjoining property owners.
But we did talk about it in our internal committee, which is, you know, Eddie, Eric, Jameson, myself, John, Jill, Nikki. And what we could do is post signs in the neighborhood, you know, on trees to let people know. And we could direct them to the website where they could find this presentation so that they could, you know.
That wasn't a concern of yours.
But I did, you know, as I said earlier, there were some folks that had reached out to me in the neighborhood, and I have sent them the presentation, explained that this was going to be on for today, that they could view it on LTV and Channel 22 and YouTube. So, I mean, we're not trying to like sneak this under anybody's nose. I mean, we want the community to be aware of this. And I have to say, there's a lot of support for, you know, emergency communications and cell service here in Springs, and the fact that this is a 6.9 acre lot that was once, you know, a sand mine. I think that it's a good location.
I know, I appreciate that, Kathy, that you think it and the small group thinks it, and that may be the decision that the board makes. But I also think that we should make a better effort to notify, you know, those blue spots, all those houses, about what the plan is, so that we can really take the pulse of the community. And I say that respectfully. This is a big project, and I don't think, you know, and I understand this is just the first unveiling of this here, but, you know, this has got a big impact. I went out and looked at the site, and I will say I think it's a very pretty centerpiece in these neighborhoods. It's kind of a tangled forested area now. It doesn't look like a, former sand mine. It looks like a very heavily wooded place. It could easily be a park. And I think we owe it to the community to do more than just have a work session or have a couple neighbors who reach out to you. I think we should reach out on a much broader basis and say, hey, we're thinking about a 360-foot tower here.
We're not looking.
It's not a 360-foot tower, Joe.
It's 108.
We can post on the
I thought
trees.
you just told me it was.
No,
That's the double fall zone.
Double fall.
Oh, I thought you meant that was a potential tower height. I understand 180.
That's our code.
Okay,
It talks
okay.
about.
Excuse me. I made a mistake. I thought I was under the impression it was a 180-foot tower, but I got misled by the 360,
So-
the double fall zone.
Hey, can you also just explain why we need it at 185 feet tall?
I will get to that. It's in the presentation.
Thank you.
So this is the coverage provided by the site. As you see, it blankets Springs. It also penetrates into Northwest a little bit there on the eastern side.
And particularly that Hedges Bank area where you were saying that we don't have that coverage from the Northwest Tower based on the topography needs, which it's habitually been one of the areas where there's no service of not just emergency communications, but also cell phone communications up Molina and landfall area. Is that correct?
And I've got, this next one here shows coverage for cellular coverage currently in the town. And then this next slide has once you turn Springs on. So there's a drastic difference from what we have now to what would be proposed in Springs.
What occurs to me though is that we're really just starting the process with Cityscape. They just did their preliminary coverage maps, and those are our experts on cell phones, and we're kind of jumping ahead here and looking to make a decision without dealing with Cityscape. To me, it doesn't seem like an orderly review process here. The other thing is, when you review sites, typically, when you undergo, a thorough review, one of the things you look at is alternatives. So it looks like this is kind of being jumped to the head of the line. I fully understand the need to improve cell service. I think it's deplorable what cell service is, but I also think it may take some time to think through potential sites. And this seems a little bit like this is jumping to the head of the line. And that's one reason that I'm saying we should be notifying the neighbors in that neighborhood.
So a couple of comments I'd like to make. First of all, this was part of Cityscape's presentation, and it jumps to the head of the line because for years now, Springs has been suffering from little to no cell phone coverage. So it's a top priority for some of us here on the town board. I think
Please don't say some of us as if I'm not included.
Please don't
in that
interrupt me,
either.
Mr.
I
Bragg.
just have to catch up on that.
Mr.
okay?
Bragman, can you just please not interrupt me for a minute? So, the other part of it is, Jeff, you keep talking about notifying the public. Make a recommendation. How would you do that?
I would do it the
So what would
usual
the
way we
process
do it.
be?
Look at how we notify the public when we want to bring them in on the airport issue. How about doing a mailing? We can readily have the addresses for all the neighbors. Let's send them a written notice that says we're considering a 180-foot tower in this location. Bring them in and see what they have to say. We can decide. We are the policymakers. We can decide, but unfair is fair. Let's get them in.
I think I'll put out an immediate press release.
I think it would be better like that, but I think we should do something additional here since it's such a focused impact on one neighborhood. I think we should send mail notices. It's not that big.
Hey, can you address us to?
We can do that for the permanent tower.
Yes. And can you address the comment about other locations?
Yeah, I mean,
And other locations that are available that we've looked into that are within the purview of the town, private property owners that have the least amount of visual intrusion or also potential fall zone issues that we might have to address.
Yeah, I mean, so we looked into, obviously, Springs Firehouse. We looked into Camp Blue Bay. We looked at every piece of land that was larger than an acre in Springs. And the problem with all of them is that the entirety of Springs is residential or bought with CPF or other kind of nature preserve, unbuildable, dedicated parkland, have to wait for an alienation, and or smack in the middle of the historic district. So we've looked at.
Or scenic areas statewide significance too.
And it's, it's been very hard to find a site, and this one was initially crossed off the list years ago because it showed up green in GIS, and it was mistakenly put green as preserved. And
this actually, this
Yeah,
site
Zach
was brought to
Cohen
us by
brought
Zach.
this to
Well, I'm just gonna say, this site was brought to us, our attention, back in July of 2019 by Zach Cohen. He had brought it up at a spring CAC meeting. He'd written, I think, a couple letters to the East
I
Hampton
believe
Star.
it was Zach that discovered that it wasn't preserved land.
Right,
Made
and
us
that,
aware that
and
it was
with,
falsely.
with
you
the
know,
paper roads. So.
He also recommended it as a park. That's why he brought it to our attention. He recommended it as a park.
I don't recall that at
Yeah,
all.
he did.
Black.
Go ahead, Eddie.
That was his suggestion. He was identifying areas that could be little pocket parks, and this is
Seems like
certainly.
there's gonna be a lot of discussion on this. We can just get through the presentation first.
All
And
right,
then we
so
can discuss it.
the next part is backhaul, because none of this works if we can't all talk to each other. This is a map showing all the sites and the proposed sites and their point-to-point backhaul. The green and purple are either in service or under construction. The red is what we're proposing. So every site needs IP data back to the core for everything to work. We provide it with private point-to-point links in the 611 or 18 gigahertz bands. They're very line of sight. Anything in the way, it doesn't work. A leaf falls through it, it goes down. There can also be problems with rain. They'll take the link down if it's downpouring bad enough. We design it with a tolerance to deal with that. If the link fails, the entire site is useless. So everything's redundant, and we try to have two paths to the core from each site. Most of the tower height that we need is not because to provide coverage, but it's actually for these point-to-point links to get a clean line of sight in and out. Topography around springs and gator sites has made this very troublesome to design. And the only clean link we could get to gator was from the existing Montauk site. So failure at Montauk kills both. And with the low ground elevation in springs, because it's mostly flat, and the terrain between Springs and East Hampton, up around where the dump is, any link had to be significant height. And when I they have this calculator that automatically calculates height. They wanted like 2,000-foot tower in Springs, which I would never even bring to you guys. The addition of the Northwest brush dump actually helped one of those links. We were able to get it in, but for both we need two. And the Flamingo water tank is on the hill blocking the connection between the two. It's owned by Suffolk County Water, and that wouldn't be a full site, so it wouldn't be a full building, a large generator, a large tank. It's kind of just a metal cabinet on the ground, small diesel generator, and that way it still all meets all of our storm hardening requirements and will service well. And so that also has to be included in our secret. That's why I wanted to cover it.
And that site's already being used as a cell phone location.
Oh yeah, there's tons of cellular. Every carrier for cellular is already on there. So it's nothing new for the water authority to deal with.
Thank you.
All right, and, Jameson, you're heading next steps.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie. Jameson.
Yeah.
Next.
Great.
I'm part of this, so.
You want to go first?
If you want. Well, you can see Eddie laid it out here. I had, if you remember, the board has already made a negative declaration under SECRA for this project. However, obviously there's amendments, with the largest one being the Crandall site. So we have revised the EAF for you. The board ultimately will need to adopt that to move the project along. Additionally, the other issue here is discussing the terms of the lease, or the leases throughout the entirety of the project aspects. So that's why Jameson is here. So those are really the two things remaining, other than the board's general discussion about the specific elements of the communications upgrade. So that's basically your to-do list, I think, moving on.
Right. So Eric has already drafted the updated EAF.
That's correct, yeah.
So you'll be able to route that, I guess, by the end of the week. And we were looking to put it on for a work session topic for next Tuesday, the 20th. And then we can also take comments on August 3rd and then bring forth a resolution for the SECRA on August 5th, because everything that Eddie needs to do is tied up in that SECRA, because there's other work that needs, that other projects, upgrades in that area.
Yeah,
in that SECRA.
there's a lot of other small housekeeping items in the secret that other things are being held up on.
Well, we should unpack that a little bit for people that don't know what an EAF Part 2 is and don't know what secret is, because what you're just describing is that you've prepared an EAF is an environmental assessment form under SECRA. And our planner is telling us that he's prepared one. I believe, if I heard you correctly, that would be a negative declaration, which means that it's a conclusion that this new tower, which is the piece that requires our what's supposed to be a hard look at any potential environmental impacts, is not going to cause any potential serious adverse impacts, and therefore is good to go. It's a green light. And this is the reason that I've been concerned about and being a little bit urgent about notifying the neighbors, because once that passes around and we sign off on it, it doesn't matter what they say, because they can come in and talk till they're blue in the face. We've made a decision that there are no significant adverse environmental impacts. And I think we're putting the cart before the horse. And I think that we should honor the policy of SECRA, which is to do what they call in the law a hard look, which means just what it sounds like, that we really take a hard look at what the impacts are. And that's going to, in my opinion, that involves talking to the neighbors. I want to know what they think about that area. It also, I think, requires an orderly and deliberative review of alternatives, because you don't just slap one thing on the table and say it's yes or no. And here we have the first major presentation of this in public, and it concludes with our planner saying we're ready to neg deck it. So I'm not that happy with that process, and I don't think the neighbors will be either. Whatever the ultimate outcome is, we should take the time that's required to bring them in, talk this through. Eddie, I appreciate your talking about how you've looked at other alternatives. I respect your knowledge and appreciate your translation skills on the electronics. But in my world and in our world, we have another framework. It's this New York State Environmental Quality Review Act, and one of the things we're supposed to be looking at is alternatives, and we don't do it sort of anecdotally. We looked at this, we looked at that. We do it in an orderly way so it lines up, and we really have an orderly decision process. This is a big decision, and it seems to me it's being rushed. And that doesn't mean, Mr. Supervisor, that some of us care about cell phone service and one of us doesn't. It means that I care about taking the time and doing the planning and doing it right. It may take a little time, but that's how we should do things.
So for some of us who've been engaged and involved on a regular basis, excuse me, Mr. Bragman, could you please not interrupt me?
I've been involved in that.
Please, can you please not interrupt me? I'm just going to ask you again. You've done it twice. Let me finish my comments, okay? For those of us who've been involved directly on the cell and emergency communications in this town, which happens to be me, and some of the other board members who have actively been engaged in meetings with both our communications expert, our planning department, the local fire commissioner in Springs, looking at multiple sites throughout Springs and the rest of town. We've gone through that process. We may be late to that process and not be familiar, as we've demonstrated several times today, with communications, fall zones, heights, proposed towers. We have looked at numerous sites. This is the one that's been selected for further review. We will engage and continue to engage the public. You always bring up the question of SECRA.
We've already begun the secret process. We will continue that in forthcoming work sessions. And then we will make a determination and a decision. So that is the process that we always follow. I think you should give some credit to our planning department and our attorney's office with regard to following secret. There's a great deal of experience there. Members of this town board have all actually served on boards, 3 of which have dealt directly with land use and with secret. And so I think to try and characterize this as some kind of a rush, we've actually been working very hard on this for a number of years. We've looked at alternative sites. Camp Blue Bay, we spent from 2018 until just recently trying to work out whether or not we could have a site there that was built and accommodate the needs of the community in emergency communications. And that site didn't work out. So, that's brought us to this point. This, I believe personally, and we'll certainly engage the public and the comments of other board members, is, I think, the best solution that we have found. And that's been confirmed by our outside consultants, Cityscape Wireless, who's been engaged and involved, and we've been meeting with on a regular basis to improve communications throughout the town, and specifically in Springs, because this has got to be a priority for us. We heard from community members today how dire it is. We can't kick this down the road any further. We need to really get to work and, catch up if you can.
Can we, every board member?
I just want to remind folks that we also had, legitimate applications in front of the planning board and the planning department that were denied. So St. Peter's Chapel is one of them. So we know that this is a problem. We know that we think we found a site that the town is now in charge of. It's not on a church property or at a fire department, which would also have to go through the same process as the town should go through. But, I think we heard today, part of St. Peter's was the NIMBY issue. Let's get over that if we can, if this is an emergency and if people's lives are at stake. And we're going to do the right thing. As Eric said earlier, we're amending. We've already agreed to an EAF, so we're just amending it to take into account something that's changed within the EAF that in this program. And that's what we're taking a hard look at, is the change. And I appreciate the hard work that both our attorney's office and our planning department has done, and our planning board, for that matter as well.
For myself, I started talking to Mr. Sussis, who was over here earlier, Ms. Baum. I was on the phone with the chief of the fire department today, and I couldn't keep my cell phone service with him. Just talking about friendly stuff, because he's a very good friend of mine. I like talking to him. So there is an exact need in Springs right now that I witness daily, because I've lived there now for 17 years. I've lived out here my whole entire life. I think this is a process to move forward. If by doing more community outreach, that is not hard for us to do. We can easily do that. That's a good suggestion. By continuing with the environmental review, let's continue with that. Where I do have a little offense right now is I sat on the zoning board, and the chair of the zoning board is here with us also, in which the application that came in that for the determined legal tower was actually then upheld by the state Supreme Court that it was an illegal tower. So for sitting councilman to say, let's turn this on immediately when it's already been deemed illegal by state Supreme Court, it's a little troubling. And I think that that subserts the planning board's review moving forward by us just to say, let's go ahead with this. Now, that's going to review. And if the district continues with that, God bless. Because what happens is we even have more service in Springs if it becomes deemable that it's buildable. I have no problem with that. But I think what the town has to do right now is use all its power and energy to work for the residents of the town of East Hampton. And this is one option that we have that we can fill out these coverage needs immediately. And if we have more, great. my discussion point here also is that with the Springs Fire Department, initially when they're going with communication, cell phone service, some of that was also for a financial gain to the district. I wouldn't mind trying to look at the way that this tower potentially can be an offset to the financial taxing district that the fire department has for Springs also in the future. That's a little further down the line, that discussion, but I wouldn't mind discussing that a little further. But overall, moving forward with this and seeing how the community feels in that area, but also to continue moving forward, engineering, I believe, is doing the proper thing that I have been elected to this board.
Well, is it my turn now for the rejoinder? Peter, I would really appreciate it if when you comment on my questions or comments about our process, which I often do, that you don't exclude me from being a member of the team that's making these decisions by saying phrases like, well, some of us who care about cell phone services, or if you want to catch up on what's going on. I participate in every meeting I'm invited to, and I review the materials that I'm given. And I participate in this decision-making. My comments are about the process we're following and the indications from our planner who's present here that the next EAF we see is going to have a conclusion that this is a negative declaration. We've looked at all the environmental impacts and it's a negative declaration. And by the by, Sylvia, we don't consent to an EAF, an environmental assessment form. We don't consent to that. That's a requirement of law. We have to go through the secret process. So what I'm saying is that you may think, we may think this is ultimately the correct decision. I think we should bring the neighbors in to find out what they think. I'd like to see a presentation of the alternatives that is in a more orderly, presented in a more orderly manner so that we can actually see it in a secret document, which is the process that we're in right now. Just because we're a town board doesn't mean we're exempt from secret, and do that before we make the decision as to whether or not there are potential adverse impacts here. Some of the impacts that have to be considered are visual impacts, neighborhood impacts, and it's easy to do a checklist that says small to moderate, small to moderate. That's not taking a hard look, especially if we don't have the neighbors in. Let's get the neighbors in for a start and see. We may all be on the same page. I want to see good cell service as well as anyone else in the room. I have trouble with it too, but I think there's a way to do this that engages the public and brings them in. And I say that as a part of the team working together with every member of this board on these issues.
Jeff, I'm going to completely agree with you regarding SECRA having to look at alternatives, and we've explored those alternatives, and I have to believe that they're well documented within the SECRA review, and we are taking a very hard look. And I think to just dismiss our hard work as rushing to judgment and not doing our due diligence is disingenuous. And I think also that engaging the public and in the conversation, I'm all for that. The public will be well notified, and know the press is here, and they're going to cover that in this week's story, I'm sure. Discussion about that. Not everybody reads the local newspapers for various reasons, and I think that, again, we will be putting this out across all of our social media platforms. I don't believe the town's ever done a mailing to addresses adjacent to town projects, but that's something we can discuss and decide whether or not we want to do. But I certainly think the entirety of Springs should be made aware of our efforts to try to bring emergency communications that are reliable to Springs. We committed to that years ago. That was part of our initial secret. And what's changed is the potential location. But, I think also making them aware that we are working very hard to address the inadequate cellular communications for that hamlet. That's got to be job one right now.
My recollection is that's what we gave cityscapes. That's their marching orders. They were going to do the coverage maps first as a first step, And they were gonna come back in with, locations for
No,
potential.
no, that's not what it was. They gave us the coverage maps and then it came upon the town to look at town-owned properties, because that's really the route we'd ideally like to go, that we needed to identify properties. And this property, we've been meeting as an internal committee for the last few years. We've done exhaustive searches trying to find other properties in town. On October 18th, 2018, we did a negative declaration for 103 Flaggy Hole Road in Springs for a potential future 150-foot tower. And now what we're looking to do is to go a few blocks south and east to, I don't know what the physical address would be, whether it be Norfolk or Crandall, but we're looking to do a 185-foot tower that's going to have emergency communications that our first responders need, and the potential for 4 cell carriers, which is critical in our community. In the meantime, though, I think we need, and I support reaching out to the neighbors and sending letters. I did that when we started the corridor study. I sent out to property owners, business owners in the corridor. Happy to do that for the permanent tower, but I think we need to move forward with the cow. We need to move forward with the cell on wheels, get the emergency communications up there on a 100-foot tower with the potential for 2 carriers. I do believe it's AT&T and Verizon that are interested, so that, because we really need to get that done this year.
I know there's that 100-foot tower right down the block in Fort Bond. It seems like it should be used for something.
It's illegal, Jeff. The state Supreme Court said it's illegal.
And by the way, where were your comments about notifying the neighbors and the public when we did the count on Stephen Hand's Path? That didn't seem to be an issue to you at all.
The location is quite different on Stephen Hand's Path.
Tell me how we legally can use the cell phone tower at the Springs Fire Department.
I'm not involved in that litigation. My understanding was that it got an approval, and they did not impose secret requirements. So it's not that the tower is illegal. And in fact, they're going for a new tower application on the site. So it's a little more nuanced than what you're suggesting.
The new tower on the site needs 30 variances.
I don't want to talk about the new tower. I'm talking about the existing tower.
Okay. Well, do you want to go talk to the neighbors and ask them how they feel about that?
She meant the new tower on the Springs Fire Department location.
Needs 30 variances.
The nuances, I'm very comfortable with the nuances, because I sat through and I got sued for it. And state Supreme Court said that myself, chairman here, and others on the board at the time were correct. They just have to go through the correct Monroe testing process. That wasn't done. So it's been deemed, we have a letter. You can't say you don't have anything, because you are representative of the town of East Hampton to deal with that project. For you to come and say that we can just turn it on when the state Supreme Court says it's illegal, I'm still asking, why do you think that?
David, I said it because the Monroe decision was a decision about whether or not the town had zoning power over it. And they went ahead and got a decision by the district that the town didn't have that power. So what I'm saying is that that's a procedural step. The Monroe test is a series of criteria that you have to follow before you make a decision as to whether a fire district is or is not exempt from secret, and that's what got reversed. So I think the statement that the tower itself is illegal, that there's something illegal about the structure of the tower, is something of a misnomer. This is a technical area of the law where a decision, if it's something you should think about, a decision-making process that's ordered by the courts was not followed through. And the district just barreled ahead and said, you don't have any power over it.
So
that was reversed.
Can I ask Eddie, the cow and then the permanent tower in Crandall has emergency communications and personal wireless service. The tower that's currently erected at the Springs Fire Department could have the potential for cellular service, although there's an osprey nest, and from what I understand, it can't be touched till October. Can emergency communications be put on the tower at the Springs Fire Department?
I looked at it earlier today, just to double check, and yes, the temporary version could be installed, but the permanent version we can't do because there's nowhere to put the dish on that type of tower. It's a stealth monopole, not a regular steel monopole.
So Jameson, you want to just wrap up as far as where we are with
Lunch.
the last bullet on the last page?
I think it was about
The leasing.
discussing,
Yeah, the
the
lease.
terms of the lease.
So we had sent a letter out to the carriers.
Yes, so when we got to the point in the discussions in the internal meetings that have already been, covered, got to the point where this might be a potential site to explore further. My office, me and John and Kathy and everyone else involved in the discussion drafted a letter of interest, and that was sent to 3 of our primary contacts at the time, which is Sprint and T-Mobile merged. So it covered an AT&T, a Verizon, a Sprint, T-Mobile rep. And we asked those carriers if we were to pursue a project at this site with, the public support and the town board support, if they would be interested in any of the following, which would be to pay for or provide the equipment for a temporary tower, and or if a temporary tower was provided by an alternative company, if they would want to co-locate on the tower, and or take the lead, so to speak, and build a permanent tower at the site, and or if a permanent tower was built by someone else to co-locate on that site. We received 2 responses from AT&T and Verizon expressing interest. So at that point, we kind of told them, thank you, and we will, let you know, depending on how this discussion unfolds. But we do have both carriers that are interested, and depending on, there's a lot of factors here, but if we had the community support and the board support, I think that my office's position and definitely Eddie in understanding the needs here, we would suggest doing an agreement like what we have with both Verizon and AT&T for Stephen Hand's Path for a temporary site, and to have that contract soon, and as soon as they could get something there, and whoever would the contracts would be slightly different, but somebody who owns the equipment, and then the co-locator, and then have a similar agreement for a permanent tower. And we kind of do some of that negotiation behind the scenes, but it would probably be the proposed tower equipment anyway is identical to the brush dump. So in terms of the specifications and the technical aspects, that would be the same. And another term of these agreements that we usually propose and are accepted by these types of carriers or tower companies is they build and provide the infrastructure. And once it is up and on with COs, it's deeded over to the town. So the town retains the ownership, and then we control that as an asset that we can have the leases for the co-locators. And one thing that then the carrier or the cell tower company that builds it on the back end, they usually request a cost share agreement, so that can offset their initial costs. So we eyeball those and agree to it, but those are handled between the carriers. So besides that, nothing has been worked out. We would discuss it, in terms of term, duration. The going rate that we have been receiving as landlords on these towers is $4,000 a month per carrier. So that would probably be our recommendation, and there's increases built into the agreements, and that's probably as far as we've gotten.
Thanks.
Other questions for Jameson or Eddie or Eric at this point? Thank you very much. We'll move on now to liaison reports.
Okay, great. So Human Services, the Senior Center in East Hampton and Montauk welcomed back seniors yesterday. I saw photos from East Hampton site and it was quite festive and there's a banner in front of the building on Springs Fireplace Road. Yesterday, we had 40 reservations, 40 clients for opening day. And today in East Hampton, we have 34 seniors that showed up. And I have to say, very appreciative seniors. It's obviously, it's not just about the lunch, it's about the camaraderie and the socialization, and folks are really excited to be back. And speaking of the senior nutrition programs, the way the town gives the Montauk Nutrition Program $120,000 grant each year. And typically the way it works is they have to, put in vouchers and demonstrate their expenses, and we reimburse them $30,000 per quarter. Everything, had to be thrown out because they've been shut down for so long. So I'm going to have a resolution on for Thursday that I'm recommending that we forward them $15,000 so that they can, start to purchase and for the staff and whatnot. So
I support that, Kathy, and thanks.
I appreciate that. And we check with the auditors and things like that because it's not normally the way we do things, but as long as we have a board resolution and it's in writing, that works. I'd also like to have a memorializing resolution on for Thursday. Diane Patrizio, Director of Human Services, contacted me, and the New York State Office of the Aging is working with Senator Gillibrand, and the Older Americans Act, was signed into law back in 1965, and it's really outdated with the way, services are done now, and also what we've learned through the pandemic. So New York State Office for the Aging is asking for public support of their recommendation to modernize the act, and also to ask the federal government to increase investments in senior services so there'd be less of a burden on states and local governments. So Diane and I put together a resolution, which I just passed out to you folks. If you could take a look at it, let us know if you have any questions or you need additional information. We'd be happy to answer it, but I'm hoping that the board is in support of this so that we can forward it on to Senator Gillibrand and New York State Office of the Aging. Next up, Springs Fireplace Road. It's been under reconstruction. It's about a $7 million project. We just got word that they're going to be starting their night paving operations. So it's looking to start beginning the week of July 26th. Night paving operations will occur between the hours of 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. and is anticipated to last 6 nights. There will be detours posted with parking restrictions during work hours throughout the duration of the paving operations. There will be no daytime detours. Information will be posted the night before they will be enforced. During this time, please keep this area clear of vehicles. Only local traffic will be permitted through the night detour. So I'm going to send this out to the CAC. We'll go send it over to the senior center so that we can get it out to the seniors. And maybe what we could do is also post it on the town website so that folks know, and the newspapers will cover it.
And maybe we can use the email list for the corridor study for some.
Yes, I can do. Yeah, well, yes, I can, but they were also notified. That's who the county sent these notices to, anybody along, residents and business, property. July 26th, beginning of the week of July 26th. I also had mentioned last week that as far as the Springs Fireplace Road corridor study is concerned, that we've got 2 meetings scheduled with the consultants for Thursday, July 2nd at 2 o'clock. The interested residents, including the corridor watch folks and members of the East Hampton, Sag Harbor, and the Springs CAC will be participating. And at 4 p.m., property owners and business owners in the corridor. And we're going to be doing that via Zoom. I wanted to talk just for a minute about the YMCA. There's a couple of capital projects that we're going to need to pursue this year. Everybody knows the YMCA is 20 plus years old and some of the original systems are failing. They need new air conditioning units and a new roof. LK McLean did a site visit today. Severo joined them. And so they'll be putting a proposal together. We also have a proposal for the new roof. Work should really be done probably at the same time. We did have $200,000 in the 2021 capital plan for the roof. We anticipated this, and the YMCA capital reserve budget here has almost $150,000. So, depending on where these numbers net out, it may be covered. I also just wanted to mention that we've got a number of special events occurring this weekend, and we ask that people be patient on our roads. Saturday, the Wounded Warrior Soldier Ride starts 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. This year, it's a much smaller group. It's really, I believe it's just the Wounded Warriors, and they're going to be gathering at the American Legion in Amagansett, riding to Sag Harbor, and then back. And then that evening, the Clamshell Foundation has their annual fireworks. So I believe that's around 9:30 is when they're expected to go off. And then on Sunday, the Montauk Lighthouse, Montauk Historical Society, has their 25th annual Montauk Lighthouse Triathlon, and that's from 6 to 10 a.m. in the morning. So I just ask that, folks, there's a lot of people out here. There are a lot of cars on the road. Please be patient and kind. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Kathy. David?
Yes, actually, tally right on to what you were saying. The DEC announced a temporary shellfishing closure at 3 Mile Harbor for the annual fireworks show. There we go. This will be temporary closure will begin July 17th and expected to reopen for harvesting on July 22nd. There'll be no shellfish allowed to be taken from 3 Mile Harbor this time frame. Any comments, concerns, can please talk to the state DEC or also the Hampton Town trustees. That brings me then into the Fisheries Advisory Committee meeting, which we had this past week. The discussion points were around two, primarily trying to re-engage the DEC and to looking at George LaPointe's recommendations for licensing review that sort of got off track based on COVID. I know the FAC, we haven't penciled in to discuss this to the town board and get some more information, but this was a discussion that we had on that day there. They are also discussing continue looking at our shoreside infrastructure locations through doing that analysis that they've been working on. But one specifically was looking at locations in Montauk and town property. And they're specifically looking at the property that was behind the Westlake Comfort Station for potential locations for storage of gear. We'll continue those discussions as we move forward. Not in the fisheries, but into the Peconic Bay Scouts. There was a wonderful article written in the paper recently that was about the Peconic Bay Scouts, where the U.S. Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, announced today that she had determined that the fisheries disasters occurred for that fishery in 2020. NOAA fishery, so what happens now is that currently there's no standing funding for disasters, but that would have to come through financial determinations and input from the federal government to do so. Overall, is that there's only assistance under two statutes, the Magnuson-Stevenson Fisheries Conservation and Management Act and the Interjurisdictional Fisheries Act. Under both statutes, a state governor and a local elected or duly appointed representative of an affected fishing community can request the fishery disaster determination. Both were done here, one by the governor and one by Supervisor Peter Van Scoy. So we thank you very much for pushing that forward. I hope that there comes funding available for this. Anyone that's interested in potentially getting reimbursements can please look at the fisheries.noaa.gov website. So again, Peter, thank you very much for pushing that, and hopefully we get some funding for that. Aquaculture, excuse me. It brings me into aquaculture. So right now, everything's going very well. All the seed is out of the hatchery. The stock is at the two nursery sites, one being located in the Flupsy at the head of the harbor, which is part of a grant that was received years ago from the state, and also at the field sites in Napeague. The crop is looking good, specifically for clams and scallops this year, which is great news, knowing that scallops were not didn't make it through the season last year. Also, oyster gardens were getting their new seeds this past weekend, and that program is continuing to move forward very effectively, deliciously. Let me see here. I had a meeting last night from the Montauk Citizens Advisory Committee. It was a very, very large meeting. I think we had about 36 individuals there on the meeting call, which was great to see. We had Kevin Cooper, who was a new director of code enforcement there. It was very apropos that he was there the weekend after Memorial Day weekend, or the first meeting after 4th of July.
Can we go backwards?
There was a lot of discussions, about that. Kevin answered a lot of the questions put together by the committee, but also just what he's seen. He's a very personal person that actually is very proactive in the community. He's been going out to the community, meeting with community members. I've done ride-arounds with him also, and that's what we expect of a person that department head. Montauk was concerned because of the amount of incidents that were happening on the July 4th weekend. Again, I believe there's over 500 plus calls for service July 4th weekend compared to only just a little over 300 for this past year. This past weekend.
I think the chief added an additional day though.
Yes.
In his reports, it reflects not just a weekend, it's 3 days.
3 days. So with that being stated, that there was a lot of work happening. We hope that was maybe an acute issue, not a chronic issue back in Montauk. But behold that Kevin assured that Montauk that the police had multiple department officials on staff. We have fire marshals. We also have our Marine Patrol and also boots on the ground as far as our code enforcement. So it was a great discussion between all to alleviate a lot of the questions, concerns. And we had more questions, and they were about enforcement, littering, noise violations that Kevin's going to get some more answers from, and we'll bring that back to the CAC shortly. There was also discussion about the MTA train station that came out of this also. I know the town boards had some discussions about the MTA train station and potentially restrictions there. MTA recently has tossed out a couple of, I believe it's about 9 or 10 cars that were unregistered, some of them being campers, and also cut back some of the way, some of the vegetation. So that's going to be a continued discussion. We had an airport subcommittee presented 3 resolutions for the town for passing last night to the CAC, and the 3 resolutions all were voted on and approved unanimously. I don't have the exact language in front of me, but there's more to this. Is that the town board should offer a meeting on airport discussion to be held in Montauk. That was one. The second, the Montauk CAC would have a chance to review the draft diversion plan prior to the town's adoption of said document. And then third, a meeting in Montauk of stakeholders and residents with consultants about airport concerns, and the diversion study should also happen then too. So as we move forward on that, we'll just continue to keep Montauk's residents in our mind as we move forward towards and continuing our airport discussions. Let's see, your second house. The Montauk Historical Society successfully had their craft fair, one of their annual crafts fair this year. We marked out the area around the house to be a no-go area because of the construction aspects of it for drainage and upcoming. They're made aware of that also. I do want to talk about Ditch Plain and the beach out there. I went out there. I was in Montauk a lot this weekend. Saturday, Sunday evenings, because I wanted to see what it was like on the streets. I also went out during the day, not just to help my wife out, but just go see the beach. The sand held, which is my biggest concern on Friday evening. We've had a tropical depression come through in early July, which is one of the earliest ones we had. After we placed the sand held in downtown Montauk and also on Ditch Plain Beach. Without that sand, there would be no place for the beachgoers to go. I confirmed that also with our district chief out there, lifeguards. Everyone that I talked to, I saw out there on my site visits were very happy. So again, Peter, thank you for moving that forward, and the town board also. It stayed in place. We did lose some, but the majority of it all stayed there, and there were a lot of people enjoying their day when the sun finally came out. It's been one of those seasons. Also at Ditch Plain, I was alerted this morning to major damage that was inside of the Ditch Plain comfort station. To the partitions that were completely damaged, and multiple aspects of our of our toilet paper rolls, and that were all broken off. This is the second time that's happened in 2 weeks, including also any portable toilets been overturned a couple different times. I'd like the board to discuss potentially looking at closing that beach bathroom potentially from maybe midnight to 5 a.m. when typically nothing really good happens. And maybe at that beach, or it's not needed because it's not for the bathing beach, or any special events might be done then. So please let me, if you have any questions, concerns, I want you to think about that. I don't necessarily need an answer on that right now. But it's been a chronic issue out there right now. And with that, that is my latest.
Because I had heard, I had talked to Ed Michaels yesterday that the porta potties had gotten turned over and leached into the wetlands.
And they've been turned over again last night. So, but the damage last night is pretty bad actually. So, and it's something that it's not special to there, but something in that beach location right now. There's been a lot of damage to the comfort stations on there then too. So yes, that's true. And that's my liaison report.
Thank you, David. So
Yeah, that's depressing. The Community Housing Opportunity Fund met. The discussion was about, part of the discussion was about Route 114 property that the town owns now, and considering what the ownership should look like, or what the mix should look like on that property for affordable housing. We discussed ownership versus rental. The group was reminded that public water needs to be brought to that site, and the closest is Sag Harbor Village. That would be quite a distance, and we don't and should ask for pricing on that and how it works with anyone else wanting to tap into an extended water main. The consensus was that probably that would be the best site for rental development, prefab as a manor house look, but more of a, we should go prefab this next time around if we do that. So I think that was the consensus. That they aren't ready to write a letter about it yet, but that was pretty much the consensus. We also talked about the Phillips property, which also will get an AHO eventually. I believe the consensus was for small single-family homes on this property, and the conversation was centered around a little bit whether it would be single lots or it would be one common lot with single-family homes on it. I'm not sure that how we would construct that, but as far as have the sale and the ownership, how we would do that. But that was one of the things that came up. And so they're still looking at, designs for different properties, how we should go about finding perhaps designers to do that. If we should go out to the community, see if there's someone, architect that has an idea that they'd like to submit to the town. Anyway, that was part of one of their the issues that they were talking about. The Waynescott CAC met, and Esperanza Leon, who is the vice chair of the ARB, gave a quick update on what's been known as the Little House that's on Waynescott Hollow Road. So she was instrumental, and I thank her immensely, and others that were involved in that. I think we've talked about it here a couple of times. But it took 3 days to mark and dismantle the house. Over 80% of it was salvageable, more than they actually thought would be salvageable. It is now being stored in the barn at Michael Davis Construction. Thank you, Michael Davis. And so we are also starting to look for a permanent site. They can't store it there forever, but so we need to make sure that we move. They are going to move forward. It could be on private property, or it could be on other property. So that's one of the concerns. They still would like to keep that little house in Waynescott. Preservation Long Island and Georgette Greer Keys of Eastville Historical Society are also interested in helping move that project along. The tree committee also met last month, and they're going to meet again on August 9th. And this time we're going to meet on Main Street and walk Main Street and look at how, where the overhead wires are, where the trees are. We're lucky, I think I mentioned this last time, Nikki Wilson, Scott Wilson's daughter, is also going to be on the committee, and that will be very helpful as somebody who knows and can be an arborist for us in that sense and really help even our own highway department. And she would be happy to talk to them and help them understand how to trim a tree.
And that's the Wainscot Scott Wilson, not our planning.
Yes,
our
that's the
planning.
Wainscot, sorry, that's the
Just want to
Wainscot.
make that.
Caught me
Thank
by
you.
surprise.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. They, in my report, I informed them of efforts that we're implementing on the Wainscot Hamlet study. I informed that the Dotson and Flinker and Fine Arts and Sciences, along with McLean's, Ray DeBias, we've all met last week to talk about starting the implementation. And we had a Zoom meeting to discuss this and how they want to proceed. The first is to contact landowners and business owners within the district of the Hamlet study itself and to discuss what parts of the Hamlet study works for them, what doesn't, and what would be able to add value to their businesses. So they're going to start with that. And then they want to work on design guidelines for the business district. And then they would probably see the first public workshop in September. So we're moving that along slowly but surely. Vehicle traffic was also an issue on Wainscot Stone Road. I think more to come on that. They'd like stop signs. I'm not sure that that's, to help slow traffic down. We did discuss that that's not what stop signs are used for, but anyway, they're going to get more information.
Where is that, Celine?
On Wainscot Stone Road. A big topic was the airport. Many watched the meeting last week on the airport. They asked about the zoning presentation and when that will be scheduled. Again, they asked for a citizens airport committee with an emphasis on Wainscot participants. And they again pointed out that no Wainscot citizen is on AMAC and they feel very underrepresented. Barry Frankel, member and head of their subcommittee for the airport, gave a really good summary of the town meeting. He called it, he described it as a spirited back and forth, whether you wanted to close the airport or to keep it open. He stated that the thorniest issue is the diversion and the diversion study. And I think Montauk will like this, and I was very proud of the group. They quote said, "Don't want to shove a problem to another part of town." So they're very much aware of not wanting to infect Montauk with something that's happening to them. And I was very appreciative of that. We did put up some new signs. Again, we're having trouble. The sign that says Unguarded Beach at the end of Beach Lane has come down now a couple of times. Thank Tony Littman for getting that back up again in time for the 4th of July weekend so that people are aware that no lifeguards are at that beach. And we got no parking signs from a certain section from here to Beach Lane. Cars parked for the farm stand and people can't get out of Beach Lane. So they have put up a sign. Thanks Steve Lynch for that. And for Chief Sarla who put up temporary signs, and then Steve put up the permanent sign. And that is all I have.
Thank you, Sylvia. Jeff, you have a liaison?
Yeah, I do. I wanted to start out with an issue that we haven't talked about, but that was on social media, and that was the incident with parking at the cemetery on Cooper's Lane, Cedar Lawn Cemetery, that Steve Lynch reported valet parking for a party, had parked cars on graves, and it aroused quite a bit of anger and disappointment in the community. And I just wanted to say it's not really a political issue, but it's certainly from the comments, and there were over 150 comments on this. It certainly it hit a sore spot with many of the folks that heard about it and felt that it was disrespectful. That automobiles were parked on gravestones is sort of so beyond the pale that I think they were a little stunned and dismayed. And I just wanted to bring it up because I think it is outrageous. And we all know that when it comes right down to it, we come from the same place and we're probably going to the same place. And I think it's worth thinking about the word respect, which comes from two parts, one of which is looking back, and the second part is with great care. And that's kind of the feeling that we all have. We've all had the experience of visiting the cemetery to visit our loved ones or friends. And it's a very sobering and important moment in our lives. And I hope that it's not indicative of a summer out of control. And it gave a lot of the residents pause to think about, whether we're really doing enough to control what's going on in the
Was the
town.
party in the village?
The party, I think, was in the village and the cemetery is in the town. So it's right on the borderline. It was right near Palma Terrace. It's pretty clear where it was. Steve was very upset. I talked to him this morning, actually, and he said, I have family members.
That's right.
And,
A lot of people do.
and I said, did you actually move cars off grave sites? And he said, yeah, absolutely. So it's something to think about.
Did he suggest, or are you going to suggest any kind of signage or anything else that needs to be, how to address it? If it's how do we solve that problem, Jeff?
I think the cemetery has to solve it. They run themselves. They have a board of directors. Some of them have talked about putting a fence up there. Chief Sarlo did come and enforce, but it was sort of after the fact. So I think it's a matter of, up to the cemetery itself. They didn't get permission. It was,
right.
I think it was a group of valet parkers who probably, were just pretty insensitive and thoughtless. But it does say something about the mood out here. And I do think that we need to think about that on the town board in terms of trying to stand for restraint and respect as much as we can. I was going to talk about some of the special permits that we've looked at without naming names, one of which included an application for a Ferris wheel and a marching band at a party, which I think did not show a great deal of restraint. But the cemetery sort of takes the headline on that. So I just wanted to mention it. I wanted to reference the airport meeting a little just to suggest, not to get into the details that we have 4 hours of, but to suggest that the next time we stop the meeting, I didn't realize, and I'm sure Peter didn't realize, that there were people on hold. And it might be a good practice to extend the period for written comments so that anybody that's been waiting could get a comment.
It wasn't a public hearing.
Yeah, I think that's part of the issue, Jeff, was that word got out that somehow this was a public hearing and you had to come out and express your views. This was your one shot to do so. And so I think, that meant that we actually had to turn people away from the meeting room, that it completely kind of sidelined our ability to just go through the agenda quickly. And we tried to accommodate every single person. I think we did accommodate every single person in the room who wanted to speak. And we went to the phones and we went through dozens of people. And I think we went through one section where there were like 4 callers in a row who respond. And oftentimes we've found throughout the pandemic that people are actually listening to the meeting rather than calling in to participate. They use their phone as a means to listen to the meeting. So yeah, I mean, next time, if I think we're going to have that kind of a turnout, we should have a different venue, because it's clear. And in the past, that's what we've done. We've had, at these types of meetings, if it's going to be touted as a public hearing per se, or requesting broad and direct input from the public on such a controversial issue, we've gone to LTV. We've gone to other venues. We've gone to the Legion Hall, places that hold more than 110 people. There were people who were frustrated by that. There were people who showed up out here. You heard Tom McNiven. He came back today because he didn't get to speak in person last week.
Well, it was designed to be a public listening session. We knew we would have big attendance. It's a little hard to predict. And I'm going to stick with my original point and say that when we have that kind of a meeting, wherever it is, and maybe we will consider a larger venue, if there are people that don't have a chance to speak, because that may happen no matter how big a hall we have, we should make it clear that they can submit comments in writing and continue their comments at the
We made
next.
that
Excuse me,
abundantly
Peter, please don't interrupt me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were.
This is a liaison.
I'm so sorry. I thought you were done. I thought I would just add that we did abundantly make it clear that it wasn't a hearing and that they could contact us by email. They could call our offices. They could come back to a subsequent meeting, that it wasn't a single chance to do this.
Yes, I made that
And then-
point. Yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
and I've made it many times
We both
before.
did. We both did. But I think
I don't think there's anything that we have to criticize or cast blame on about the meeting, because I think it was a very constructive meeting. We had a huge turnout, which is good. It's what we want. The people were respectful with each other, I thought. They also seemed to listen to each other. I think it was, and we were able to present some very significant factual information that's going to help illuminate the debate and a very deliberative process. I'm very happy about it. And we'll continue to make it clear that people can submit written comments as long as they want and talk about any subject, even if it came up in a prior meeting. I wanted to make just a quick comment about the Wayne Scott Citizens Advisory Committee meeting, which I listened to, and it seemed, Sylvia, like you forgot the fact that we did have some meetings on public engagement with Dotson and Flinker and Lisa LaCourie, and had been discussing a means of breaking out into small groups to get the public in. And I just wanted to say that for the record in public, that is, I don't want to get into what we've said about it, but that the board has been on notice of that, and we've discussed that. And it's something you must have inadvertently left out of your discussion.
No, I didn't inadvertently leave anything out. It came from a member saying that when are they going to have a citizens committee? They've never had one. They've asked for one, and they've never had a citizens committee made up of people that are from Wayne-Scott in particular, and that AMAC doesn't represent them, and nobody on AMAC is from Wayne-Scott. So that was their ask. And I didn't forget anything except to say it's up to the liaison of the airport or the liaison to Wayne-Scott to put together citizens committees. We all put together citizens committees when the need arises, if it's for the corridor for Springs Fireplace, or it's for a dog park, or it's, for the beaches. We've all put together lots of citizens committees. And so I said, then you need to have asked that person, being you, to put a citizens committee together. It's up to you.
Well,
And not rely on consultants, because we haven't had those consultants except very recently. So it's years and years that they've been asking for it, according to them.
First of all, they have an airport subcommittee. What I'm commenting on was your failure to let them know that you were aware of the fact that we have discussed a method of breaking out into small groups to get public engagement, and that you had participated in a meeting, and in fact, were on notice of it since I have the emails right here, since June 20th. It is, because it deals with the Wayne Scott CAC. Thank you, Peter. That's my point, is they should have been told that, but
they were told that Dotson and Blinker are on board, and that they are, and same with fine arts and sciences, that there's a synergy in having them both do the Hamlet and doing the airport. And that, I haven't seen a completed report of how they're going to work, nor have we agreed on one as a town board.
You denied having ever seen anything about public engagement in small groups. And I have the email right here where we sent it to you, and you indicated you had some questions on it.
Absolutely. We have not decided.
You denied that, though. You denied that.
I hadn't seen exactly what you had sent to Carolyn during the meeting.
Is this really productive?
No, I probably.
Yes, it is. It's setting the record straight.
Record of what? I'm sorry, record of what? Why is it important to set? I mean, it sounds really petty, Jeff.
It's not petty, Peter. We always report on what happens in a CAC. And I was commenting on an omission.
And by the way, that stuff we did in an exec session, so I cannot, that's something that we don't just, start texting people.
We're not talking about the subject. We're talking about the fact that.
Yes, you were talking about the subject and you said we
were
had
not
made the
talking
decision
about
to
any-
break it all out into these little groups. We hadn't
That's-
made that
that's
decision.
wrong.
And it was something that we discussed in.
You can't
exec
make a
session.
decision in exec session.
That's right.
That's wrong.
That's right.
That's
Thank
a misstatement. You denied having any knowledge of anything about
Because it
breaking
was
out
an
into
exec
small
session, so I don't want to say, oh yeah, we talked about it, and this is exactly what we are or not going to do.
I
So,
never, no, we didn't talk about anything that happened in exec session.
yes, you did.
I want to talk about the AMAC committee because we did have some interesting exchanges in the AMAC committee. As you may know, Erin Sweeney, the Community Alliance, was there, and she brought Steve Landau, who was I guess a critic, supposed to be a critic of the economic report. And so he spoke for a bit about the economic report. And I found it interesting because in reality, as he got into it, he said he really didn't have a critique of the report. He said that, to really summarize it, briefly, he said that there were some similarities that were important and some differences. And he noted that both companies had used the same basically recognized computer program to do the economic report. So he really didn't have any criticism of the methodology that they used. What he said is that some of the assumptions that they made in their report were different than some of the assumptions that we made in our report, which is not surprising. For example, in terms of determining the monetary impact, they took a much broader sample, or they took a much broader geographic scope of economic impact that included 8 different zip codes, including Southampton. And he noted that we only included East Hampton. So that's a difference in one of the assumptions, but he didn't, he acknowledged that both of us used the same in-plan software and that many of the different conclusions are probably attributable to the ways we handled either assumptions we made or data that isn't really readily available. Some of that data can be important, for example, how much individuals spend when they get off an airplane. And actually he conceded that there's no data set to establish that. And they tended to estimate higher, we tended to estimate lower. And one of the members of the committee said, well, why don't you, give us, this was directed to the town, give us the assumptions that you made that differed from the assumptions in the report submitted by the Community Alliance. And I'd spoken to Bill O'Connor about that, and he said, yeah, we can do that. And it's not really surprising. And it actually may help people understand the reports better. But I found it interesting because I don't think we're presented with a question of my report's better than your report. There's sort of a fundamental agreement on how you do the analysis. And then I think it's going to be somewhat easier for the public to understand, well, here's where we differed, here's where we made assumptions that differed in our report from the report that was submitted by the Community Alliance. So I found that very interesting. And it's actually something that we anticipated to some extent. I think that's really about all that I have here today for you.
Yeah. Amagansett Citizens Advisory Committee met last night. It was their first in-person meeting and since February of 2020, I believe. There were only 8 people in attendance, and I think the membership somewhere around 32. But we had a very long discussion about a number of topics. There was a presentation by one of the members of the committee, a report discussion of development in Amagansett and the town at large, the changing nature of real estate and the impacts of increased real estate transactions and remodeling and new construction. And I think some number of concerns raised about the impact to existing neighborhoods in how things were changing, and that there was some concern about overdevelopment and house size and whatnot. So there was some discussion back and forth about, moratoriums and, when they're appropriate and how you would go about that. And that, there has to be an understanding that when you put in place a moratorium, you can't just say that we're going to put a moratorium on new construction and just stop all construction. There has to be a nexus between the moratorium and I explained that, those go into place while you review and maybe change your zoning regarding a very much more specific kind of approach. Can't be blunt, and it really needs to be addressing specific concerns. And then there was discussion about the agenda for today. We went through all the different items, explained what was going to be discussed. There was some discussion about cell service and communications. There was also had been at a previous meeting an inquiry about the antenna down at Atlantic Avenue. And that's actually been there. Yeah, exactly. It's been there for some time. And I think maybe just been noticed because it's not that visible, honestly. It's a very thin antenna with some guy wires. It's been there for about 8 years now.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
exactly. So
it's been there for a while.
I circulated to them the Rutgers presentation and what it did. And for those who don't know, it's part of a tracking system that tracks wave action and currents in the ocean, which is being studied for many different, across many different sciences, climate and whatnot, but also it's very much used and helpful in search and rescue for mariners, lost at sea, vessels in distress. They can use computer program based on those currents and try to make the search area parameters more concise so that they can respond more easily. There was also discussion about proposed acquisitions of both the industry and farmland behind the parking lot and the acres adjacent to the east, the town's single largest farmland acquisition effort. And also for a little bit of discussion about the Walker properties, which are represent about 50% of the remaining coastal bluffs in the Amagansett that are undeveloped. We also had a community member interested in finding out what's going on with the road count survey. They said that they were on Bluff Road, were woken at about 3:30 in the morning by lights flashing and some sound, and sounded almost like pistol shots, and went to see what was going on. And there was a contractor for the state highway department who was installing one of those rollover road counters on Bluff Road, and they use a staple gun, which I think is probably propelled with 22 caliber blanks, and they're not permitted to work later than 6 a.m. So I had to call in to Steve Lynch. He was unaware, but said that they don't need highway department approval to do that, but that he would investigate with the state highway department to find out what that effort's about. I also noticed in my neighborhood.
Main Street too, by the farm museum.
So I suspect what they're doing is they're trying to get road counts on some of the secondary roads that are becoming major cut throughs.
Yeah.
There's one down on our road.
In
Hampton,
They're all over the place.
Yeah, they're all over.
So I think they're trying to understand the traffic that's on the highway, how much is being diverted into those back roads and side streets to alleviate the congestion on the highway. So I'll respond to the committee with the answer on that as soon as I get one. We had a meeting of the Town Property Management Committee meeting yesterday, and we have a new chair, Dennis Fabizak, who's replacing Andy Harris, who Andy said he wanted to step down. And I said, well, don't you want to serve maybe a little bit longer, maybe through to the end of the year? so we can make an appointment at the organizational meeting. He said, well, it's been 7 years, Peter. So I was like, wow, it's really been 7 years.
Wow.
So that committee's he's done a fantastic job over the 7 years helping to guide the committee, and we've accomplished a great deal. Yesterday's discussion was included the Springs Library roof and chimney bid is under review. There's also, we have reached out to, there was interest in upgrading the bathroom there to be ADA compliant, and also the access. We had bonded, you recall, they added money to the capital plan for that this past year. And so Drew Bennett has responded with a proposal. I believe it was $9,000 to do the design and engineering for that. So I'll have the board support. We can move that forward. I'll have a
Is that
resolution.
just for the restroom, or is that for the restroom and the walkway
I
up?
believe it's the walkway as well.
Great.
I believe it's the access issues and for the bathroom in the building. So I'll probably have a resolution on, I'm pretty sure it'll be on for Thursday. Have some support that. Duck Creek, there was discussion about a reconfiguration of the handicap spots there. Make it a little bit more accessible and maybe not take up. It's a little odd the way it's set up now. And you actually drive across to like an improved patio area to get to the handicap spots. So we think we can reconfigure that in a way that makes a little bit more sense. I know David was on the call. I'm just going to meet with the Arts of Duck Creek folks to kind of go over that. We had joining us once again, Janet Jennings, Marietta Graveris, and Scott Bluedorn, who for a discussion of Brooks Park Studio. They have been working on putting together a group of interested people to form a 501c3. Those discussions are ongoing. It's somewhat loose affiliation at this point, but it seems to be gaining some momentum, which is terrific. I'm very excited about that. They are looking into, again, putting together a 501c3. They understand the importance of doing that and putting together a management group. And that takes some time. And there is some interest now in collecting funds, donations for that effort, and they're not able to accept them. And I had suggested that, as I did with the Duck Creek, that we could create a dedicated fund. I think this also happened with the skate park recently, Dave, you did that. So I suggested I would put forward a resolution to create a dedicated fund that could take those donations for that purpose. And so I'll working with finance and the attorney's office, and they were very excited about that. And so that may also be on for Thursday, and if not, following week. As you walk through Town Hall, you may notice that there are some abstract expressionist paintings. These are the works of Elizabeth Parker Anderson, who donated the Springs Library building, that historic house, to the town more than 45 years ago. And as we were looking to make improvements to that structure, I was touring the building and with the former librarian, and we went to the attic, and she wanted to point out some of the little spots of daylight in the roof that needed to be addressed. And I said, "What's all this here?" And there were all these paintings stacked up in the attic. And she said, "Oh, those kooky old artworks, you know, it's they've just been here. They belong to Elizabeth Parker Anderson." I started looking through them, and we quickly came to realize, myself and some others in the property management committee, that these works needed to be taken out of the attic first right away, and they are significant, and they've been placed up here in Town Hall because of the climate control. But we had a gallery owner from New York come in, who came into my office. "Where did this artwork come from?" who did this artwork. He was blown away and extremely excited. We had actually reached out to some gallery owners in the past to see about stabilizing the artwork. So he's very interested in pursuing restoration of the works on behalf of the town, and also building up the story and I think the catalog of inventory of the works to bring to the public and to make the public more aware of, because this is a person who was intimately involved with that movement here in Springs. She was a contemporary of Jackson Pollock and Willem de Kooning and Jonathan Little and James Brooks and that whole movement. And when he looked at some of the works and the dates, they predated some of the work. So in some ways, I think in many ways, that the women artists throughout that period and before and today don't get the credit that they should. And so I think there's more and more awareness of the importance of these people. And I think we have a real gem that we need to think about preserving. So I look forward to speaking more about this with the board members to chart a path forward to stabilize and curate in the future this collection. We also, as David mentioned, we had some stormy weather again. The sand did hold. We did have some problems, a washover at South Edison. I believe that walkway needed to be addressed a little bit. Sand washed off of the concrete mat there. So we'll be dealing with that, but relieved that our Band-Aids are holding for now, and hopefully we don't have any more tropical systems until well into September. Hopefully not at all, but so that's what I have for a liaison report.
Can I just ask you a quick question? So you went back to in-person CAC meeting and you said 8 people showed up. Was it a hybrid meeting?
We tried to have a hybrid meeting. John Broderick and Rona had tried to set up a way to remote people in. And I think due to the Wi-Fi connection, maybe not having a bandwidth or some other technical glitch they ran into, they made that attempt. We had an additional person show up to the meeting because they couldn't log on. They decided, well, I'm just going to drive down there. So I think there's 32 members.
Maybe less, because we had.
So in any case, it wasn't terribly well attended, and I don't know if it was people were apprehensive or just busy doing other things, or
people tried to get on and they couldn't because I got in there afterwards.
Yeah, so there would have been another 6 people involved.
I just asked because we're doing it, Spring CAC, we're doing it month to month. Like this month, we're going to be doing it still.
So my CAC, Wayne Scott decided, they had asked about trying to do it in person for this month and decided, they get a better turnout if they don't. And now they've extended that through August. So it's confirmed that they will have, we just had the one for July, they have for August. They'll revisit in September.
East Hampton?
East Hampton's still remote.
So the
attention to go.
The town property management committee has decided, we discussed that yesterday, and they've decided they would like to continue with the remote meetings because they find that during, it's 2:00 in the afternoon on Monday. And a number of folks find it much more convenient. Vicky's in Southampton at the nursery, and to try to come to East Hampton at that time of day. It would take up way too much time, and it's just very efficient. The ability to share, on share screen with different materials.
Montauk CAC is looking to go in person next month, but we have to we can't do it at the fire department. We're looking to do it at the Playhouse. So I'm looking to work through that right now and confirm. It might not happen, but we're looking to try to do it if we have availability, because sometimes they have other things going on evening times there.
I know LTV had talked about, the D10, which is what we're using here today, this equipment, and having some different locations throughout the town. They've set that up for town board meetings. Don't attach in person, that could be broadcast out. So there may be a way to do that in reverse, at that location. So if they had at the firehouse, the D10, or at the Playhouse.
Yeah, and one good thing about the Playhouse is when you put the pod out there, we put new Wi-Fi.
We extended the Wi-Fi when we were doing the vaccination clinics out there.
Yeah, they were talking about Montauk and Windmill Village.
Right. So I don't, if they were planning on doing that anyway, maybe those CACs could take advantage of it. You could log on from home and have those who wanted to attend the meeting in person could attend. That's just we sort of do with these meetings. So that's what I have. So at this point, it is now what,
We have some
3:30.
resolutions.
Yeah, so we can go forward with the resolutions. And yes, I have one. May 12 is to appoint Rebecca Hanson, Town Budget Officer. And that is at an annual salary of $122,500 for a 40-hour work week, retroactive to July 4th, 2021.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried. Resolution 813 is the resolution continuing to retain outside counsel in the Deepwater Wind Project. And whereas the towns, it says council, but it should say contractor.
Yeah.
So not council, it's contractor, Sound Sense, via resolution 2020-462, it's just a town analysis of noise-related issues related to the water wind project. And that is not just $2,000.
Second. Retroactive too.
Wait a minute, what is the?
In the resolution line,
It says council, outside council, it should be outside contractor.
and in the bottom line also too, the last word.
So we have a second as amended.
Second is amended.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, pass and carried. 814 is appropriations, it's Montauk Sand Replenishment Project. And that is for 2,700 3 cubic yards placed downtown Montauk, 3,122 cubic yards of ditch plain at a total cost of $262,125.
Second.
So that's not great. The final cost is $292,675. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, pass and carried. And it's now 3:30. Let's go into exec session.
I move to enter into an exec session to discuss personnel issues relating to public safety and emergency service employees, the Buildings and Grounds Department, and Sanitation and Highway Departments, to discuss town's litigation strategy in the case of Sunrise Tuthill, and to receive advice from counsel.
Second.
Do we have CPF today?
I don't have it on the list.
It's not on the list, although I got an email from Scott. Yes, sir.
Can we add? We put that on there just in case.
We can fit it in.
I don't know.
Be here till 8 o'clock.
And to just possibly discuss. Second.
That pretty much covers every possible item.
Yeah.
We could discuss it.
So it's now 3:30. Are we
Let's take a
going to
break.
adjourn and go right into exec session? Are we?
Do people want to have something to eat today?
Breakfast.
You can call it whatever you want. We should eat something.
Yeah.
I'm better if I.
4 o'clock?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much. I'll send one out there
Okay, thank you.
We're doing it in our office.
remotely.